Today, in the first panel, we will be talking about solar energy and decarbonization in the Southeast, a paradigmatic perspective on the market legislation of floating solar power plants. I want to thank Solarex and specifically Yasemin Hanım for inviting us. And, we would hope to have more people here, a more lively crowd, but we have important issues and important guests with us today. So I think this is the most important session of today because we will be talking about very important issues. I want to talk about our foundation as well, Southeast Energy Research Foundation. After our foundation, we opened branches in Şanlıurfa and then Diyarbakır, and now we have a branch in Istanbul actively working, and Batman and Mardin are next. And we will be making sure that our foundation is used more effectively. Energy and of course Southeast is the driving force in terms of the energy sector because the sunrise are most powerful in the southeastern region, and we have hydropower, hydroelectrical power plants and dams. Atatürk Dam, for example, is one of the biggest in Europe, and Southeast is the locomotive of the energy sector, and it is included in the mission of our foundation. Hopefully, we will raise the bar of this region and contribute to the energy market of the country. And in this session today, we will be talking about the energy potential of the region, and also recently there have been talks about pumping hydroelectrical power plants and their usage. It's a heavily discussed and talked about topic, and Gaziantep is a city that comes to mind when you talk about energy, and İslim Hanım is the first name that comes to mind when we talk about Gaziantep. So I would like to invite her onto the stage first. And we have from DSE, Renewable Energy Department Chief, Mr. Hassan, because the floating solar power plants are really important. There was a research, I think it was in 2024, in December, we organized the summit for floating solar power plants, and also from their organization, Hasan Bey also attended that. And also when we talk about energy, we have to talk about climate, carbon, and it's not only enough to have the solar energy, but also you have to increase the competitiveness of the industry, and also on a global scale, in order to reach our targets, we have to look into not only the solar power, but also carbon decreasing, carbon measurement, carbon emissions, and decreasing carbon emissions and decarbonizing are important issues as well. We have also Mr. Mehmet with us. First of all, we have the branch chairperson of Electric Engineers Chamber of Gaziantep. I have my presentation. Can I get the pointer, please? You have 15 minutes. I will be finished by 10 minutes, probably. First of all, Mr. Chairperson, thank you very much, and to Solarex for giving us this opportunity. I think because it's so early in the morning, there's not much of a participation. Hopefully, the participants will continue coming in. I am bringing you my love and respect from Gaziantep. We have Room Castle, the Gypsy Girl, and also our Zugma Museum. If you haven't seen those, if you haven't come to our city to eat our kebab and eat our baklava, I don't think you have lived the life enough. I hope you brought some. If you visit our chamber, you would probably have some. So we are waiting you over there. I wanted to keep my presentation in a way that is understandable, and I will be focusing on two main titles. One of them is the rising trend of the pump storage hydropower plants powered by renewable energy sources, and the findings from solar power plant sites. And from the field, I brought you some messages. I wanted to share with you that. Of course, in order to make sense of some of the suggestions here, we need some data. That's why, especially in terms of energy presentations, I want to start with the production first. I'm so sorry for that. In terms of installed power, we have our national installed power of 123,284 installed power. Of course, the wind power plants or the solar power plants, they are not working 24/7, but we also have an increase in the use of these sources along with natural gas. I think the biggest success is to work with hybrid and to work with the local and national sources, decreasing the dependability on energy on other countries. We also care about geothermal power plants, and also we talk about hydro power plants. We were talking about this with the ministry as well. I was talking about how we should be using the pumped systems as well. And we are seeing this trend, and also we are talking about it, and we will continue to talk about it because we have our wind power, for example, and also the sun. And I think we can use a hybrid system. We have the power plants already, we have the transformers already, so why not use them? So that's why we are making suggestions, and studies are continuing, the works are ongoing, and we are suggesting the hybrid of solar, wind, geothermal, and hydropower power plants working together. If you see me on any other platform, I will probably repeat my words there as well. And when we look into the 30s and 90s, industrialization was increasing rapidly. The world's electricity generation relied on the hydroelectric thermal power stations. And during this period, the difference in the consumption between day and night was very significant, as it was difficult for thermal power stations that operate continuously at high capacity to rapidly adjust their production capacity within a short time frame. So pumped storage hydroelectric systems had been in use worldwide for many years. And of course, we see the difference between electricity consumption at night and during the day has gradually diminished. So the increasing share of renewable energy sources in electricity generation has made the need for balancing and regulation within the system. That's why the pump storage hydroelectric power stations now play a significant role, more than the past. And when I was looking into the research done in this regard, you can actually download this PDF of this research, the hydroelectric power plant projects with pumped storage, and it is widely used in the United States, Canada, and many other countries worldwide. So what does it entail? What can we say about this pumped hydroelectrical power plants? There are two principles in this system. Um, it consists of two water reservoirs at different heights. Firstly, during the periods of high electricity demand, water is channeled through the turbines and transferred to the lower reservoir. So it is actually pumped from the lower reservoir to the upper reservoir. So one of the turbines are used as a pump. So this is a turbine type structure. As you can see, there is the water intake, and then alternator is producing electricity, and then it gives it to the grid, and then the other remaining water goes to the lower reservoir. And if we reverse this, for example, if you are going to use renewable energy, that turbine turns into a pump, so the same units can be used for producing electricity, and it can also be used as a pump. And based on TESAB's report, in 1969 it started to be reported, and in 2025 another report was prepared, and 17 regions were determined, and Atatürk Dam was established in 89, I think, so probably it wasn't around. But after that, in 2019, it was included in the second development plan, and also YEKTEM and other incentive programs included these structures. And I think now with JICA there's a feasibility work underway. I think it still continues. Here you can see the Atatürk Dam. It's from the 360 million kilowatts, it is responsible for the 9 kilowatts. And the upper reservoir you can see at the top, and down below you can see the tailwater, and turbines, Francis turbines were used, because you can actually raise it up to 5,000 meters, and you can use the turbine as the pump, or if you use renewable energy, you can use a separate pump to pump the water up. If you have only solar power plants, it's not much of a use because at night there is no sun. So we want to have um, pumped hydroelectrical power plants, and also there should be also solar power plants that could provide the energy for the pump. In the region, there's also a drought, a really serious, severe drought, and we have our specialists from DSE as well. So this pumped HES or hydroelectrical power plants, hydropower plants are important. Yes, there is no loss of energy there. I think, yeah, these should be produced and used efficiently. And hybrid issue, I know that the General Directorate of State Hydraulic Works, I think you are working on it already, on the legislation of it. Yes, you will be giving us some detailed information, I think. Yes, there is 2,400 megawatts. We have 6 turbines here. Regularly, it would be used as 2 turbines. If there's an emergency, you can actually use the 6 turbines together. So the long-term investments would increase up to 2.5 billion megawatts. So if you establish another solar power plant nearby, you can actually power this pump system. So I think there should be a great planning. These titles are really important for us. In the reservoirs, we want pumped hydropower plants, and we have in Gaziantep, the OSB actually gave us the data that we are the first in terms of the consumption of energy or electricity in the organized industrial zones. So Gaziantep uses electricity. Solar power plants don't only mean installing panels. The right project, right equipment, high quality installation, safe operations, and also regular maintenance are required. And I think this person on the picture that you see here stepping up on the panels, he is probably not one of our workers, but we have established a lot of these roof panels as well. In the past, linear construction was done for these panels, and it was causing a lot of pollution on the panels. But as you can see, the roof type on the left that you see here can be a little bit of a help. And our friends actually recommended us that instead of stepping on the panels, there should be some rails in between the panels, and there should be some kind of a cart carrying people around between the panels. So I think we can evaluate that. We suggested this actually. Of course, the environmental factors are really important. We shouldn't be dust collecting, or it is not really efficient to have power plants, solar power plants in all areas, because you should be careful about the environmental conditions such as the dust collecting and pollution in general. So think about just having a cable and connecting it to electricity, a panel. When isolation is broken, it is opening an invitation to fires. So I think optimizers and similar systems should be recommended both for production and for safety. and harmonic filtered inverters should be the way to go. And also, we are always calling out to everyone in the industry that we need checks to determine whether each power plant has reached its designed generation capacity, taking into account any drops in generation efficiency, and facade applications should also be given due consideration in terms of installation, maintenance, and service life. These are important issues that shouldn't be overlooked. These are the sources that are used. Gaziantep EMO, which is my organization, and TESAP and Energy TR. So thank you very much. Hopefully our energy will be plentiful, and also it should be solar. Thank you very much. Thank you to İslam Arıkan from EMO Gaziantep. These were really up-to-date topics on the agenda. Thank you very much. And the floating power plants is a topic that is really hot at the moment, and there is a legislation issue that we are waiting for. We have been waiting for many years, and there has been a legislation published. And in order to share this with you, the details, we have Hasan Bey here from the General Directorate of State Hydraulic Works.
I would like to thank the Southeast Energy Research Association and Ömer Bey. The State Hydraulic Works is responsible for hydroelectricity in Turkey. And now, in terms of installed power, our share is 60%. We have 365 megawatts of installed hydro energy in Şırnak, Hakkari, and Adana and Maraş. We have a very big potential of energy in that area. And today I will be talking about a regulation that has been released in December 10th. It is about the floating solar energy power plants. These are similar to conventional solar power plants, but we are a little bit late to start doing this. Maybe we should have started 10 years ago. You can have offshore solar power plants in lakes. They are the classical solar panels, but they're just floating on the water. Let me start with the advantages. The main advantage is the protection of the farmlands. As you know, the systems so far have been installed on agricultural lands, and we have livestock breeding activities in these areas, and it creates a pressure, particularly on small livestock breeding. So it would be an advantage to stop using farmlands and pastures and use lakes. And putting the lake areas into use for that purpose is another advantage. And since we have water underneath, these solar panels stop evaporation. It is a fact that we lose a lot of water due to evaporation of the lakes. Some of the lakes have gone dry because of evaporation. So we do not use these waters, but due to evaporation, we still lose them. If we look at the history of offshore solar and power plants in Turkey, the first project was in 2014. It was in Azmak area. There was a small panel. It was just a trial. After that, in 2017, there was a small project on the Büyükçekmece Lake. In 2018, our general directorate had an R&D project on Burdur Lake. In 2020, these R&D projects turned into an infrastructure, and the Energy Market Regulation Authority created the legislation and the decision on combined energy generation facilities. And in 2020, the Water Management Coordination Board was created. In 2023, we started a commission to create a legislation on offshore solar power plants. In 2024, our General Directorate started a project in Keban Dam. There was a very high need of irrigation water in that area. So this was both an R&D project and the first commercial project. It was a 1 megawatt power plant. The same year, Ankara Water Management Authority created another project in Ankara. And later we needed a revision in the law of coastal areas because the law restricted us in creating these offshore power plants. And with this revision, we overcame those barriers. And in the same year, we had a project by the Middle East Technical University. And in 2025, OVA hydroelectric power plant created a 2 megawatt power plant for solar energy. It's the first hybrid offshore solar power plant. It was the first private investment in this area as well. And in 2025, we had the first YEKA tender for the Demirköprü Dam. In December 2025, the legislation was released officially. And let me give you some more detailed information about the legislation. In terms of offshore solar power plants, we have a significant potential. Theoretically, our potential is about 171 billion megawatt hours. But we have 944 water reservoirs which cannot be used for drinking water. And all of these water reservoirs mean that we can generate 53,000 megawatts of electricity. And in our legislation mainly governs the use and lease of water areas. Project approval, construction approval, and the audits are also described in the legislation. About offshore solar power plants, not everyone can install these facilities. Only a specific type of people can do them. The bidders in YEKA tenders and combined renewable energy generation facilities, state hydraulic works, and municipalities and affiliated organizations can install offshore solar power plants. But there are some restrictions here. I will be talking about them in more detail because they're important. You cannot install an offshore power plant on every water reservoir. Why? So businessmen, industrialists, they can't do that? No, only the municipalities, the irrigation cooperatives, and bidders in YEKA tenders and combined renewable energy generation facilities. These are the ones who can install offshore solar power plants, and the most realistic option is becoming a bidder in a YEKA tender. So this is the order of prioritization for the applications. At the top of the list, we have the offshore solar power plants for irrigation facilities, our main role is leasing the area where the offshore SES will, as solar power plant will be installed. So we set a lease fee for the first year. And what's the noise? Could you please check? Because it's quite distracting. Let me speak up a little bit. And I talked about the lease contracts. In lease contracts, you can lease a piece of land at more affordable prices. For channel surfaces, the calculation is different. You can also create these facilities on irrigation channels, but the calculation is different. Let me give you an example of this math. In Adıyaman, we release data on sunny days for every city. For Adıyaman, it is 1,722.2 kilowatt hours. If your facility is 10,000 kilowatts or 10 megawatts, and the price is 2.62 Turkish liras, this facility would require 100,000 square meters. We do the math and we establish the square meter price for the area. That is 4.5 Turkish liras per square meter. And the required area is 120,000 square meters. And the lease fee for this land for the first year is 541,000 Turkish liras. So for the first year, you have to pay 541,000 Turkish liras to the State Hydraulic Works. And when you convert that to the revenues, and that represents only 1.2% of your annual revenue. And we calculate the increase in lease fee according to the consumer price index. So your lease fee will be increased according to the consumer price index. And the projects that are in the scope of YECA projects, the lease duration will be applicable during the life of the contract. And it may be a 10-year contract, and the leaser may extend the contract for an additional 10-year period if they want to. And we cannot use large water reservoirs to install these facilities according to the existing legislation, but maybe in the future there may be a revision in the legislation. Yes, because they are for drinking water, right? Yeah, yes, according to Article 6 in the law of coastal areas, you cannot use water reservoirs that are used to produce drinking water to install solar power plants. At last year's summit, someone from Adıyaman University suggested a research project to show that the offshore solar power plants do not contaminate drinking water bodies. We have this research project. Hopefully we will do that. And you mentioned the Atatürk Dam. Atatürk Dam is used for producing drinking water. Yes, it's a massive body of water. And any offshore solar power plant on that body would not contaminate that body of water. But currently, the existing legislations does not allow us to do that. Maybe in the future that will change. And there are some water bodies of water that are that have been built to control floods. They cannot be used for offshore solar power plants as well. And one of the most important restrictions, 10% of the project area should not be more than 10% of the normal water level area and 30% of the minimum water level area. So your installation cannot be larger than 30% of the total area of the body of water. And these waters are not just used for solar power plants. Some of these bodies of water are used for fishing. There are some fisheries in these areas, and we cannot approach these fisheries more than 200 meters. And there are some reservoirs where there are maritime transportation activities. We have to set a distance between our activities and the transportation activities. And there are some restrictions for use of the dams. And all of these restrictions have been defined in the legislation, and we have to follow them. And in the legislation, the offshore solar power plants are not subject to construction control. And in offshore solar power plants, you have to do bathymetry work. This may mean a new industry for solar power plants. And in Turkish Electricity Transmission Corporation's legislation, you can have an offshore solar power plant, but you cannot have an offshore transformer. Maybe that will be revised as well. And offshore solar power plants will become a stakeholder in this industry. And if we look at the exemplary projects in Singapore, in the Netherlands, in India, we see some offshore plants both on dams or channels. Hopefully, we will be able to see these large-scale power plants on our waters as well. And we also have irrigation. We have solar power plants projects for irrigation. We aim to create some offshore solar power plants to provide energy to irrigation systems. Currently, we have a facility in Keban Dam. In Kosovo, there is another one under construction. It is 1 megawatt. 1 megawatts of power plant has been installed, 3 megawatts under construction. In the future, we will be building more facilities like this so that we can be a leader organization in providing energy to irrigation systems on our agricultural lands. Thank you very much for your attention. Department of Renewable Energy, Hasan Demir at the State Hydraulic Works. Thank you very much for your presentation. Indeed, these offshore solar power plants will be one of the most important topics in our future. The first eco tender has been completed in Manisa, and hopefully more projects like that will follow in other parts of Turkey. And the question of carbon, it's important. It is no more enough to generate energy. To have a sustainable global competitive strength, we have to be careful about it, and that's a very key issue globally. So we will be hearing more about carbon market and carbon regulations from our next speaker, Mehmet Binici from Atomic Company. He will be talking about the carbon. Take it away.
Ses geliyor mu?
Ses geliyor mu acaba?
Tamam.
think you can hear me. Thank you very much, first of all, to Mr. Ömer, and thank you for your invitation and thank you for coming. We will be talking about the solar power plants and carbon markets relations. We will be talking about two key words. Maybe some of you heard about it only on the news and may not place it somewhere in your mind. And I think the sound could be a little better. We have, let's say, a factory. They produce the same thing, and they use one of them uses coal for energy, and the other one uses solar power to power their factories. And I want to make the entrance with just one sentence. Maybe this is an early period for this topic, but in other exhibitions, carbon sessions and carbon booths are established. So Solarex, I think, will be taking the first step in our region in this regard. And I want to explain about this European Union decision. All the decisions that we will make in European Union should be on the framework of sustainable climate. So it should be everything, all the decisions should be about sustainability and environment as well. The environment, social and governance relations are also in connection with all the decisions made by European Union. So with your companies, you also should have this vision before everything. We have to talk about carbon emissions, and when we talk about solar power, we have to talk about carbon and how the relation between carbon and solar power plants. There are three ways to calculate the carbon emissions. Direct carbon footprint is the scope 1. Let's say you have sales personnel, you make a decision that you won't send them off to jobs with cars and you decrease your fuel usage. For example, this is a metaphor for how you can directly impact the carbon footprint by making this decision, fossil fuels, decreasing the use of fossil fuels, for example. This could be a direct carbon footprint. Everything, all the energy and the sources of energy coming from fossil fuels is the thing that directly impacts your carbon footprint. And the indirect carbon footprint is divided into two. So the scope 2 is the energy spendage. It is really scalable because you get the bill for electricity or power. And the scope 3 is everything remaining from these scalable emissions. So the scope 2 is the emissions that are attributable to the electricity consumed by organizations or to steam, cooling, or hot water purchased from other organizations. And you know, the airline companies, for example, they say if you buy this ticket for carbon footprint decrease aspect, you will pay less, or some things like that are used for incentives. And we talked about the scopes of the direct and indirect carbon footprint because we always say, you know, we can use return of investments for making our measurements, but I want to talk about that. If people, for example, the people in the booths who are building solar power plants, I want to talk about them as well, and also the investors. For example, they are again calculating their return of investment, but they should be doing this strategically in short and mid-term. They should be basing their decision on the carbon prices, and they should always keep in mind that solar power was used to decrease the costs, but now they should be focusing more on decarbonization options so that they can actually decrease the tax on their tax on decarbonization. And in terms of the emissions, 72% is from energy sources, and when you look at Turkey, which is closer to the global figures, the installed power, 38% comes from fossil fuels, and when you look at the solar power plants, it constitutes 21% of the installed power. So it's really, really important, and it's on the rise. And we want to talk about the decarbonization in energy, but you know, there was a statistic that I saw. If you pay $1 for energy efficiency, you will get a return of $5 in very short times. So we are not really talking about the energy efficiency and how to improve that, but we should be talking about it. A fully integrated, connected, and digital energy market, and lastly, moving to innovative technologies. Green hydrogen production, for example, or whatever the technological advancements are in your time. And European Union spared a budget of 210 million euros. And I want to talk about this new green industry plan. And when you talk about decarbonization, we talk about solar power plant, electric cars, etc. But there will be some money going to decarbonization. So European Union decided that the solar panels, the batteries, etc., 40% of all these equipments will be produced in Europe, so we can keep this inside Europe. The second important thing is that the critical raw material act, Ukraine, America, Turkey, Eskişehir are important, have been on the news about this point recently. And it is actually not to be dependent on a single country for more than 65% of the annual consumption of any strategic raw material. So people are actually trying to be honest. European Union is trying to close all the other access points to these productions because they want to keep it within Europe, of course. And you can see the statistics here of solar power plants and decarbonizations. Of course, when you look at the coal, natural gas, and solar power plants, based on sources, equivalent production of 1 mega watts an hour. Let's say for 80,000 tons of cost goes away if you do the decarbonization. So for 1 ton, you are actually accounting for $80. Let's talk about 1,000 ton. It costs you 8,000. Normally, it would cost you $8,000, but with decarbonization, you are actually deducting this cost from your accounts. And of course, the emission trading system is at a draft level. This year, it will be the mandatory carbon market. And we have, let's say, solar power plants, how can it benefit us? Firstly, in the mandatory carbon markets, as emissions are reduced, the cost per ton of carbon dioxide decreases. And when you look at the voluntary side, you can see that carbon credit can be, or carbon credits are generated for the energy produced by the power station, and thereby it generates revenue. And this will be increasing to 30 billion euros in the upcoming years. The figures are not important here, but I want you to understand that these costs will be increasing as well. For carbon markets and solar power plants, anyone who goes into this early on will benefit from it, because the electric or power costs are right now really high, and it will be adding the carbon cost as well, and the carbon cost we will be talking about them in the upcoming days or months or years. And there is a second way. You can actually produce production revenue with decarbonization. You can avoid the carbon costs, and also with the advantage of competitiveness, you can actually have the competitive advantage in terms of decarbonization in the works that you do in European Union. Thank you very much, Mehmet Bey. Thank you very much for your efficient use of time. And I think you also use the time efficiency aspect of your energy efficiency approach. COP31 is about to be held in Antalya in November. I think it is also around carbon. I think, yeah, in November it's a very important event in the world literature. Is the date set? Yes, between November 9th and 20th. And November will be a month full of energy. Okay, thank you very much. With this presentation, I'm now concluding this session. If you have any questions, we can answer them. Please also state your names. Kenan Gülşan, Gaziantep Water Management Works Branch Chairperson. My question is for Hasan Bey. Right now, there are some capacities related to floating solar power plants. Do you have any idea about the capacities that will come regarding those? And also, solar power plant systems to be used in agriculture. We are having trouble ensuring the security of them. Do you have any idea about what we can do? Well, firstly, the capacity was not declared for a very long time, and 150 megawatts of capacity was our we were expecting a 20 megawatts additional capacity on top of 130 megawatts. But it was under our expectations. It remained below our expectations. We also talked about this to the İPDK, and we received the capacity that we wanted and expected. But after that, we didn't have any other negotiations about the floating solar power plants. And regarding the second part of your question, we talked about the legislation, and We didn't put anything specific to what you asked about, but in the specifications there are items or articles that are referring to not bringing any kind of damage to the power plants, etc. But in terms of the security of the power plants and also in terms of the legislation, protection of the power plants from the third parties, unfortunately, is not included. They are under insurance, of course, such as the classical solar power plant examples. Any other question? Hello. My name is Nisa Küpeli in project financing in Kalkınma Development Bank. At what stage is the European Union is in terms of the emission? Russia natural gas export, if we remove that, Turkey is at the top at this moment. But as of 2026, January 1st, there was a new article that was published from 6 sectors. There are different materials such as iron, aluminum, etc. Any item that goes to the European Union will be they will be deducting about a certain level of deduction will be made in terms of the products that you bring into European Union. So it makes opening to new markets a little difficult for the countries. And as of the last 10 years, they had their own emission systems. France actually received about 120 million euros from this emission market or carbon market, let's say. And when we talk about the emissions, Turkish Airlines is one of the important companies, and even they are suffering from these regulations. And they are saying that if you when we talk about the ETS, it would cause probably a lot of imbalance in the trade. Thank you very much for your question. I think I answered your question. Any other question?
Hello, Yaşar Güner. €5, 73 euro. We have to pay 68 euro. Why do we pay them? We should make it 30 to 73 euros in Turkey. And if it is 75, can we get 2 euros from them? And about the solar power plants, you can say there can be a discount under scope and CBAM, but the EU legislation says we will not calculate them. If we do, in the future, only those with direct line or only those who have an agreement with the EU can be discounted. So the carbons, they say they are not looking at the carbon under scope 2 in electricity generation. But if you have a boiler running on coal, and if you convert that to electricity, there will be a discount because you will be using less fossil fuel. Thank you for the questions. First of all, your question has been very good because I was planning to talk about that issue in my presentation, but I couldn't due to time limit. Under SPDK, they do not accept that rule. They don't accept 5001H. But from now on, if you get physical cables in your land, you will have fewer emissions. And if you have physical integration, it has an impact on SKDM, and about 75 euros and 3 euros. They launched 6 industries under EPC in Turkey. And if you export to Iraq, and if Iraq pays 73 as well, they may choose to sell to Iraq to get the 73 euros. And that will hit the manufacturers domestically. So this is the method that they are using. It is because of that that it is going to be lower. So that's no other questions. This is the end of the special session organized by the Southeast Research Association. We had very good presentations. İslim Hanım talked about the potential of the region, and Hassan Bey talked about the offshore solar power plants. Hopefully, very soon, we will have more solar power plant projects on water bodies. And Mehmet Bey also made a very good presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Hopefully, next year, we hope to see you again. Have a nice day.
Fotoğraf çekebiliriz herhalde böyle ekranda. Ben plaket yok sanıyordum ama öyle ki. Çok değişik bir şey ama vallahi. Şöyle ben kimden yani? Tamam. Bu plakete güzel fotoğraf da gider. Ben şöyle bir geçeyim. Şöyle aranıza geçebilir miyim? Teşekkür ederiz.
is very full. First of all, I would like to congratulate your organization of this forum, Solarex. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss the importance of solar in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sylvain Thierry Mekinda, General Manager of Africa Business Solutions, based in Yaoundé, Cameroon. I'm here to talk to you about a region where it's hot, the region where sun shines every day, but when the night falls, everything is dark. That region is Central Africa. Today we face a paradox. The energy gap continues to stall the development of millions of homes and thousands of business. Why? Because we have sun, but no energy. In rural areas, access to electricity is often below 10%. But where some see a deficit, we at Africa Business Solutions see a big opportunity of solar industry. This energy gap is not an insurmountable obstacle. This is a market. This is a big market. The future of Central Africa is decentralized. Mining industry, agro-industry plantation, and booming urban center can no longer wait for grid extension. They are ready today, now, to invest in solar to secure their production. The market I am presenting to you rests on two pillars. First, commercial and industry solar. Local business are spending fortunes on generator diesel. Your technology can cut the bill by 2 or 3. And second, agro solar. Central Africa must process its products locally. Solar pumping and cooling are the keys to regional food security. This is where we're coming. Africa Business Solutions is more than a consultancy. We are your local anchor. Ladies and gentlemen, Central Africa energy gap is an open door. Istanbul and Solarex are the global hub for solar expertise. And we are here to invite that expertise to move south. Do not see Central Africa as a humanitarian challenge. See it as your next great commercial business. That is important. Do not see Central Africa as a humanitarian challenge. See it as your next great commercial success. So, I invite you to join us in building the energy independence of Central Africa. Thank you. Okay.
Many times we have talked about the model of agricultural SPPs in the past, but we had a manifesto. We wanted to talk about the outputs of an actual power plant, and a few days ago, a power plant like this was actually launched. Now we can talk about the real life experience rather than the advantages and the benefits of a model. Without further ado, I would like to start with Bahadır. The Kostarum project, which was recently launched, is the first agricultural solar power plant of Turkey. What are the challenges and advantages of working in this industry? Thank you and welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Bahadır Turhan. As you know, we have been talking about agri-PVs for many years. We launched the most comprehensive report in Turkey about this topic. And in that report, we also explained what agri-PV is. Agri-PV is an elevated construction where you can continue agricultural activities in the same area because you are using vertical panels. We have talked a lot about this, but 2 years ago we signed a protocol between Middle East Technical University, GÜNAM, and the TAGAM department at the Ministry of Agriculture. So we took action to launch an agri-PV project. We completed the permit process, and this year we installed the PV. It's 60 megawatts. It's a facility in Konya. Maybe the other participants will give more information about it. In this area, we will have crops being grown, and just nearby, the PVs will be installed. With 60 megawatts of energy, the energy need of the facility will be met, and the surplus energy will be sold to grid. This agri-PV is the first in Turkey in two aspects. It is a collaboration. It is the first agri-PV that has been implemented in collaboration with the public, private, and the academic industries. And it is the first agri-PV project that is connected to the grid. Under the legislation, according to the legislation, you could not have agri-PVs connected to the grid. But this is the first agri-PV project that can sell energy to the grid. And challenges. I will be talking more about the challenges in the next round, but the bureaucracy is the main challenge, the permits. Since this project was launched by a research and development center, it was easier to overcome the bureaucratic obstacles. Because when you want to have an agri-PV project, the government says you have to find non-arable land. But despite that, the project planning and the other expert opinions and the approval process may take too long. These are the main challenges. And also the investment, the return of investment. And in our country, there are some uncertainties faced by licensed and unlicensed power plants because there are some volatilities in the electricity prices. So the market should be better regulated, and the government intervention should be minimized so that the market becomes more stabilized and the investors can see what will happen in the future. So this is about it for the first round. So when you get these permits, you get rooftop PV permits, but if you have an agricultural PV, you cannot get rooftop PV permit under the existing legislation. And it's the solution to the negative impacts of the climate change. When you consider climate change, food security, and agriculture, what is the contribution of this project? Yes. This is not a solution that replaces agricultural lands with PV installations. This is a solution that has been created to offer a solution to the challenges brought by climate change. There are several fronts where we fight the climate change, the food insecurity, the drought, the water scarcity, because climate change is a reality. The extreme weather events have increased in the last 2 decades. And more recently, we have seen a huge cost burden on farmers. Agri-PV is a solution that supports the farmers in fighting all of these problems, and not just the farmers, because it's not the farmers that file for applications here. It requires some collaboration. But it's an economic and sustainable solution in the fight against water stress. Because 70% of all water resources are used for agricultural irrigation. And it all depends on the precipitation levels as well. And because of the climate change and the fluctuations in temperatures and heavy rainfalls, the agri-PVs offer some protection and food security. It also offers a solution to support food security. When we look at the research that has been done, very recently we have seen a loss of yield by 4 to 7%. By 2040, it may reach 10%, and later it may be as high as 20%. So it's a very supportive solution, the agri-PV. It should be integrated to the water policies and agricultural policies. This is our 4th session with Professor Talat, and every time we emphasize this. This first started in 2012, and they used the rice fields to install agri-PVs. And later, in 2015, they had projects in Germany and the Netherlands. But I think that if I were an EPC, I would have some trouble because I don't have a wide product range to choose from. But if we do this in collaboration, we can have a wider product range. Recently, you had the Ayaş Agriculture Project, and you also had another project in Konya. What are the goals of these projects, and what were the outputs? Which product groups did you focus on? Which crops did you focus on? My name is Talat Özden. I work at Middle East Technical University, Günam, on the integration of photovoltaic systems to existing infrastructure. How to integrate PVs to vehicles and buildings, what kind of R&D activities we need, and what kind of actions we need to implement these R&D activities. And since 2021, I'm working on how to develop agri-PVs and what our methodological approach should be. I implement projects about this. And why agri-PV? Maybe first I would like to explain that. First, PVs are becoming more common. Solar energy is a type of renewable energy that can help you generate energy with minimal cost. But there is one disadvantage. It takes up a lot of space. And this is a threat against the agricultural lands. But there are problems in the agricultural industry as well, such as water scarcity. That's a major problem. With the impact of climate change, some agricultural problems have become more evident. The world population is growing, so in many aspects, the agricultural lands need some shading. Sometimes we use nets over the crops. Sometimes we use shades in greenhouses. Since we have this need, we also decided to look at if we can use photovoltaic systems while turning lands into dual use. Currently, there are 5 pilot agri-PV facilities. I would like to share a few examples with you. This one was launched in 2023. It's the agri-PV facility in Ayaş, 3.5 meters high. It takes up 1.6 hectares of land, and it has a capacity of 132 kilowatts of installed power. We can test 6 different crops under them. Previously, we tested carrots and green-leaved crops, and we saw a significant increase in the yield, maybe 2 times increase in the yield of carrots. In the past, we were testing these crops with farmers, but last year we were joined by a more professional team. And for tomatoes, the yield was increased by 76%. As you know, tomatoes need a lot of sunlight. Peppers, bell peppers, 85% increase in yield. And red peppers, 95% increase in yield. So if you don't use agri-PV, you get a specific yield. But if you have the right configuration of PV, you can have the same level of yield. These results are very important. Next year, we will be replacing some of these crops, and we will come up with a new analysis. But there is one more important outcome, as Özge mentioned earlier, the problem of evaporation. With the water scarcity and the need for irrigation. For example, in the southeastern part of Turkey, we use groundwaters for irrigation, and that causes the depletion of groundwaters. As you can see on the chart, we saw 27% of reduction in evaporation during this summer and winter growing season. So that means less evaporation. And the plants are affected less by the sun. The leaves and the body of the crop is improved. Next year, we will also analyze the size of the fruits as well and vegetables. And marketable, high-quality product is also another outcome. Another facility. Next year, we will get the results. This has been recently installed. This is the test area at Erciyes University in Kayseri. We grow crops there, apricots. Apricots are very vulnerable to hail. There was some hail last year and apricots were damaged. With the professors from the Faculty of Agriculture, we will be testing these crops, and next year we will be sharing the results. And this facility is based in Bursa, Mustafa Kemal Pasha area. Tatgıda, owned by Tatgıda, an industrial producer of tomato paste and ketchup. They have 2,000 registered farmers. We chose them as partners because we wanted to reach registered farmers and demonstrate these systems to them. There are two projects here. One is a EU project and the other one is a nationally funded project. And the results of this project will be released this year. And they are growing peas now. And after that, we will grow tomatoes.
Projemiz kurulumu tamamlandı.
Now we have the coast project as well. Irrigation project, digitalization works are underway. We are trying to get it open until the season. And there will be also industrial agriculture there as well. There's underwater irrigation. For example, they want to plant different crops that consume more water, such as sugar beet, because they earn more from them. But we are advising them to switch to other crops that don't consume that much water, so that they can actually increase their profitability as well. I mean, compensating their losses, and at the same time moving on to a kind of crop that reduces the use of water, and at the same time we are compensating, like I said, with the funds coming in from different projects. So this is the perspective, this is the objective that we wanted to have. Hopefully we will see better results, because agri-PV works better and it's shown in the international research that it's working best in dry areas. Here is another example from Balıkesir, Taşarası. There are 4 different crop types there, and the agricultural activity will be made with heirloom seeds. And another continuing project, I will be talking about them in the upcoming years. Namely, they are Manisa Agri PV. There are vineyards there. Engineering designs will be completed soon. We have another project with the NÜKEM, the Nuclear Energy Institution. And in cases of such as drought in different conditions, or when you are growing tomatoes, for example, during transportation, they might be damaged. They are using nuclear energy to actually compensate for these damages. Maybe this will be a first in the world, and it's going to get into the literature. And the other ones, hopefully, we will talk about in the upcoming years. These projects are really important and valuable. The pilot applications, the more they are, the better data we will get from them. And I think the value added to the sector is immense. And thank you very much for that. When we were doing these sessions, we are talking about, the panels are the same, the cables are the same, but the design and the implementation, the construction are different. And agri-PV is something that we are doing with diligence, and the design and construction is another aspect. What is the difference in your projects? Can you talk about that? My name is Serdar Mesutgil, ERL Engineering Director. In COST project and also some of the projects Talat Bey mentioned, we work together. We got the opportunity to work together. When we talk about the design of these projects, when we talk about the engineering design, there is a definition of solving the problem in a way that is the most economically affordable and the most practical way. And we are facing a different situation here because we have to say that these designs, you have to work like a goldsmith. These designs will be shedding light on the upcoming designs, and also any design that is made, even the smallest savings will lead up to bigger impact in the future. So they will set examples. So just like you said, in the feasibility and the applicability of these projects, this design part is important. So in terms of the design aspect, we hear this word a lot, optimization. However, unfortunately, what we understand from optimization is almost like doing something for cheaper or more affordably, or doing things in smaller sections. But we are not seeing optimization this way. We want to see it as something where you take into consideration all the environmental conditions and factors. So, just like Leonardo da Vinci said, I have this quote from him that I really love: simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we should also strive to achieve simplicity, and it is really difficult to do something in a very simple way and at correct and the right version of the design is an all-encompassing definition, because it's not just about using less steel, for example. There could be some solutions like decreasing the amount of steel that you use by 50%, but maybe the reinforced concrete that you use could go up to threefold. And that's why we are focusing on right and correct structural design and get an economic and affordable result. And simplicity was the ultimate goal that we had in mind. And during this design processes, of course, you cannot be completely free. There are some things that you need to abide by, such as regulations. But at the same time, you have to get into the depths of these regulations, get into the detail of the regulations. You know, how much are you risking human life in these structures that you build? For example, in case of any kind of destruction of these structures, how big of a risk is it to human life? And there are some directions in the regulations that I mentioned. And I think saying this is a little bit dangerous, because I don't want to create this idea in your mind. We are making everything more simple, so whether there's destruction or not, we don't care about that. This is not the case. Our science is also civil engineering at the same time. It is all based on science, but they are working on possibilities and probabilities as well. So even if there is a small possibility of something that might happen, you have to take it into consideration. That's what we try to do. And at the same time, while you are doing this, you need to consider the effects on the agriculture as well. So of course we want to be able to not use any reinforced concrete in the groundworks, for example. I wish we could find something that we can replace it with, and sometimes we can, but even if we are going to use the reinforced concrete, we have to consider the groundwaters. There will be irrigation in an agricultural land, so we have to take all these points into consideration while we are doing the design. And at the same time, there is a challenging part of this process when you are out in the field, because they look simple, they look like simple structures, but when it comes to the production of it, it is not a huge project physically, but needs to be made correctly. So it is also difficult to find qualified personnel to work on these projects. So that's why the simple design that I mentioned becomes even more crucial. When we think about all these things together without upsetting the agricultural environment, making sure that it is applicable, it is secure. You know, you have to think about all those aspects in your design. Hopefully, we will manage to do that. And also, when we look at a photo, the visuals are really valuable, but you know, we need to see when you go down 1 meter below the ground, you see the groundworks, see the concrete, etc. There are also 70 centimeter gaps left because there will be agriculture activities there. And you are taking so many small points into consideration. And Sardar Bey, you said that these will set example for the upcoming projects. So thank you very much for everything you have done so far. Yes, I also want to mention another thing. There was one mentioned in the slides, the cause visuals, which is the project that we did together. And there are actually 7 structures creating a system, 7 identical structures. They look identical, but based on the locations they are in, the groundworks change, and when you consider the loads on these structures in order to make sure that we are doing savings, the load on the structure was taken into consideration as well. Of course, we can talk about the capacities and regulations always, but we talked about this topic before the capacities were revealed. But if there were some pilot project capacities revealed, could it be more beneficial for the agri-PV? Maybe we can make that same call again, and maybe let's think about the 5 years later. Can we move into a different model, for example, in agri-PV? I mean, the first challenge starts in your mind. So there's always this idea: agriculture and solar power plants cannot go hand in hand. People think that, and they are seen as almost competitors, or where one is existing, the other cannot exist. But we are not doing solar power plants in spite of the agricultural activities. We are doing it for the agricultural activities, and in all the research and articles in the world literature, we are seeing the support of power plants to agriculture. And we need to keep up with the world literature as well, because there are issues, big issues, such as the climate change and different weather conditions, etc. So the biggest shield for agriculture could be the solar panels and solar power plants. If you want to install a solar power plant, the question is always that, is the land an agricultural or marginal agricultural land? It doesn't mean that you will get the permit to establish your power plant. What I'm trying to get at is that we need to change minds about this topic. Solar power plant increases the agricultural yield. It creates and protects the agricultural integrity. So I think this is a very natural way, and we need to change the minds of people about this, and it will be beneficial for the agricultural activities, just like it was mentioned before. For example, the farmers go for the products that are bringing the most yield and most, let's say, profitability. But when they continue doing that, it is something that disrupts the agricultural sustainability. Maybe with agri-PV, other products yields could be increased, or like mentioned before, a compensation could be made so that they would go for the other crops that are more beneficial. And maybe we can also increase the diversity of the crops in these lands. Maybe if we can actually help people understand these things, we can actually get them to do it. And agricultural areas, for example, Büyükova area, which is one of the most well-yielding areas, and there is a permit for a power plant to be established there. And we were trying to get around some of the percentages of, how much of the land we can use for these projects, like solar power plant projects. And if we were able to do that, it's corresponding to a power level that's almost half of the power use of our country in a year. Even if it's like not 1,000th of what we are using, it would still be a great beneficiary activity for the country. Not only the classical applications, but in terms of agri-PV, the scalability is important for the cost to be brought down. So maybe a scale economy could be introduced so that we can actually do these projects more cost effectively. We are trying to make sure that we talk about this. Hopefully, there will be a competition in agri-PV in the future. This COST project, which is the agri-PV project that we talk about, is a multilateral and it is very diverse project. On the tracker side, I want to thank Oxotracker and also EREKE for their contribution and the work they have done. Of course, I have to thank ourselves as Veta Energy. We supported this project as well. Hopefully, we will see the completion of this project and get the great results from it. Thank you very much, Bahadır Bey. And on the other hand, I think improvement of agri-PV, what we aim for this area is that for industrial agriculture side, with sustainability and scalability, it will be even more meaningful, I think, in our future. I want to add another thing. There is a small change that needs to be done in the regulations. marginal agricultural land condition should be removed, but maybe there could be an article saying that you can use this area, use this land, but only on the condition of producing these crops, for example. Maybe that could be kind of an incentive, and it wouldn't cause any additional workload on the agricultural workers as well. Another friend that came from Italy says that in Italy they are only allowed to establish agri-PV projects in certain areas, and they are getting a lot of yield from the vineyards because the wines are one of the most exported products they have. So maybe that's why they are getting more incentives in that sense. And I want to ask Özge again. In terms of climate change, we see the effects of it on many different sectors. How can we position Turkey in that sense? And what kind of a benefit would come from agri-PV in terms of climate change? And also maybe you can touch upon the energy crisis as well.
Thank you very much. I just noticed I didn't introduce myself. My name is Özge Özdeke. I am the 12 Gigawatt Secretary General in this project. Climate change is actually the starting point. There is a lot we can say about it. But maybe I can mention a few studies. The first one, the World Bank made a benchmark study of countries, and it offers a projection of the future all the way until 2050. It may look too far-fetched, but time is flying fast. So very strikingly, Turkey is one of the most vulnerable countries against climate change. Out of 10 criteria, Turkey meets 9 criteria for vulnerability to climate change. And there's another study by Murat Aktaş, Generational Conflict on Climate Change. As you know, Turkey is in the Mediterranean climatic belt. And the expansion of the belt went down to 106 to 156. There is a warming in Konya and Mersin, but the coverage of that warming has increased. And according to climate scenarios for 2050, it is estimated that if the temperatures increase by more than 1.5 degrees, 80% of the regions in the Black Sea region may have a similar climate as Konya, as the Mediterranean region. So this drought, water regime, and water stress, and agri-PV projects that offer protection against water stress is very important just because of that. And I do not just focus on the feasibility side. You can also offer incentives for these projects. For example, last year we had very low temperatures, and the government released funding for the agriculture. This year there was another warning, and every year this model repeats itself, and this affects our water security, security policies. And as part of these policies, agri-PV can offer an innovative solution. And Professor Talat talked about the increase in yield of crops. I feel very excited to hear about them because these are end-user crops. Currently, we are living in an inflationist economy. The costs are going up in these crops, and we can really feel it in our bank accounts. And the production is limited in specific regions, and there's a huge demand for water, and the costs on producers are going up. Of course, we need some incentives, and we need integration of the solution to policies. I cannot emphasize this enough. Özge, Bahadur and me, we are on the board of this association, and we have made many publications about this. We published the first agri-PV report in Turkey, and when we first started this, there were no offshore solar power plants, and now they are being implemented, and I think agri-PVs are even more important than offshore PVs. We have always been asking this. We have offshore PVs, why not agri PVs? But they have professional investors. It's easier to put offshore PVs on a stable body of water. But here, we need a system that prioritizes the agriculture. This is the sophistication of agri-PV. I think this is why offshore PVs took the lead. And in offshore PVs, the government had a body that had experience in solar. The government had past experience in that area. So the state hydraulic works and the Department of Hydroelectricity took action. Now the Ministry of Forestry and Agriculture should follow if these systems are better integrated. And Professor Talat has a lot to do in that area. Thanks to the research studies, research activities of your organization, people are being more convinced. When implementing agri-PVs, we only think about the benefits on crops, but there are other benefits as well because you can monitor your crops. You can use sensor technology, and you understand the advantages when you work with it. And there is also a crisis in Turkey. It's a crisis of agricultural workers. If we talk more about the secondary advantages, I think we will be able to explain why these systems are important. This is something I'm really excited about. Agri-PVs have matured globally, but there is also another benefit. In agriculture, people cannot find skilled workers. These days, farmers work with immigrant workers, but it's not easy. We do IDIs with farmers, and we see that it's difficult to find agricultural workers. Another benefit, agricultural experts cannot change the old ways that the farmers use. The farmers will always rely on their grandfather's methods. And even if a university professor or a government officer tells them to stop watering the crops for 6 hours and only water the crops for 15 minutes four times a day, the farmers won't listen to them. The same happens with the pesticides. Sometimes farmers use it a lot. Apricot growers are afraid of moths, so they add too much pesticide when irrigating crops. So this structural carrier system gives us something unique. The visualization, the monitoring systems, and the robotic structures will be integrated to these agri-PVs because agricultural lands are vast lands and there is no energy source, so you cannot use electronic systems. And if you use drones, the container is not very big, so you have to do several rounds. And satellite image, for satellite images, you have to wait for hours to get the next image. But you can do image processing to use laser to kill the weeds from your farms, or using robotic arms to harvest or use robotic arms to apply fertilizers to the soil, or maybe in the future we can use robotic arms to harvest. Currently we have some robotic systems that have wheels. You cannot use them on rough terrains, but if you have suspended robotic arms, you can use them in all types of agricultural land. And when that happens with digitalization, we will be able to use our resources more efficiently. I would like to make a comment about what Sardar Bey said. There are EU funds and national funds for agri-PVs. We also applied for many projects. Currently, we have been working on 4 or 5 agri-PV projects. There are also 2 projects supported by the private industry. But the EU funding and the national funding requires you to optimize CapEx and OpEx. So in terms of engineering, we need to excel that area so that we can have more competitive agri-PV designs. Maybe 1 or 2 years later, we will launch project calls in this area. Maybe we will have projects about doing farming with sensors and automation. Yes, maybe we can also integrate software programmers and computer engineers if we collaborate with universities. And in Turkey, we are quite advanced in manufacturing of configurations and constructions. And I know that you have very ambitious goals every year. So what are your goals for this year in construction? And do your objectives include agri-PV projects? And for you, is it easier for you to implement these projects when you have a collaboration between the private, public sector and the universities? Thank you. Very good question. I'm very happy to hear what Professor Talat said. It looks like we have a lot to do. As you mentioned, our company works on large-scale energy facilities. Last year, we completed the construction of facilities with a total capacity of 2 megawatts. And agri-PVs are different in one way from the other projects. We all need to understand that a company in a random industry cannot just go out there and do this on their own because it involves multiple disciplines and it involves four different disciplines that normally don't come together. The first one is agricultural engineering. The second one is physics, electrical, electronics engineering, because we will have an energy facility. We also have the structural design engineering. And besides these, we need to involve the legislative side. We need to have the foundational legislation for the activities that you're planning to do. So these are all very different disciplines, and you need to bring them all together. So this is why this association is very valuable, because truly people working selflessly in this area are coming together. Until I was involved in this project, I didn't know there were so many profound agricultural studies in our country. TAGEM has very profound work in this area. My point is, collaboration is very important, and collaboration should involve parties like us who are already working in this sector, and also it should involve the bureaucratic people. And our goal, I will not give any numbers, but our goals include agri-PVs or actions that will help us support agri-PVs or increase our production volumes in agri-PVs. It is not a company goal, actually. It is like a national matter. So we believe that a specific group of people should rise to the occasion, and hopefully we will see positive outcomes of these efforts. And in Europe, they are going much faster than us, because they have already completed the necessary legislation. Maybe not all, but some of the European Union member states have completed their legislation. What are these countries? Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, and France are important players. I'm not an expert, so I don't want to say too much. In a nutshell, to catch up with these countries, we need to come together with these branches, and we need to take necessary actions in the bureaucratic area. I know that you are working with projects abroad. You can keep doing that, but it would be a sad thing that if 10 years later you will have completed 15 megawatts of projects in Italy, but only 1 megawatt in Turkey, just because the legislation isn't there. I'm the founder of the European Energy, and I'm also a member of the Solid Gigawatt. And every 2 weeks we have online interdisciplinary meetings and work on agri-PV projects. YBT Energy chose to work with us for the installation part. So we were in the field, in the construction sites, casting the cement, installing the facility. I know all the challenges. Since we have all these challenges, at least the bureaucratic part should be easier so that we can see more appetite from the investors. If you have any questions, we can respond to them. Otherwise, we need to wrap up because the next session is due very shortly. First of all, thank you very much for the session. My name is Oğuzcan. 2 comments on the question. At COP31 in Antalya, thematic subjects include the food security bank, transformation of agriculture and food systems, water, climate change, and drought. There are other thematic fields, but in terms of agri-PVs, water, climate change, drought, and food security are very important. Also, agri-PVs are considered as field open land farming, but it also involves growing plants, livestock breeding, aquaculture, and infrastructure support activities. So when you think about agri-PV, it's not just about the crops growing on a piece of land. It's not just about improving the yield. It's also about the processing and the cleaning and the packaging of those crops. In a non-licensed market where you have self-consumption, what is the advantage of agri-PV? Because there are the costs, the wind burden, the snow burden. When we want to install an agri-PV, what is the financial situation? Thank you. The feasibility of agri-PV. In terms of costs, with elevated constructions as compared to classical farmlands, the cost is about 20-25% of the cost. But I'm not talking about a small-scale project of 60 megawatts. The cost will increase by 25%. But the advantages, first, the solar power plants have to be built far away from the grid because of the land cost. I have seen projects like this, and I have also invested in some YECA projects, and I have seen some projects that we have to build 40 kilometers of transmission lines to get energy from a power plant that is sitting 10 kilometers away. So you will be saving from that cost. And there will be no land cost. The land will be jointly owned, so the land ownership costs will be less. So because land cost is a significant portion of project budgets today. So because of that, you can consider the feasibility of a conventional solar power plant, and the agri-PV will have the same feasibility. Of course, you can talk about more details.
But when you think about own consumption, self-consumption, and looking at the prices, and just like you said, for a more effective method, it would be moving from 1 hour to 15 minutes. But of course, within the scope of this mechanism, if the scale is not big enough, it would create problems. So in terms of commercial side, YECA would be a better option. maybe you can get some benefits of YK with the fixed prices. It could provide some advantages. So not for self-consumption, but YK. But in terms of initial cost, there wouldn't be much of a difference. With YK, with a guaranteed fixed price, could be for the first 5 years would be really appropriate. On the side of COP31, we have SİAD, Antalya Business People and Industrialist Association. I actually added this title of Agri-PV, and we will be talking about that in COP31 as well, because it is really a critical point for our country, which is named or called as an agricultural country. So we added that point as a subtitle to COP31 topics. If there are any questions, I can answer. The last 5 minutes. A very short question. Thank you very much to all participants. For a new and promising sector, we are really interested in this area. I want to ask Serdar Bey about the agri-PV in marginal agricultural lands, because they are permitted there. Actually, it's because these types of agricultural activities are disrupted there. We usually see agri-PVs on reinforced concrete, but just like the example you said, maybe wooden structures could be used for the groundwork, and how would the Ministry of Agriculture look at a structure like that? We haven't done any design with wood, but just like you said, maybe wood, which is natural material, and steel is the similar solution. Only the reinforced concrete actually disrupts this area. So in cause we had to use the reinforced concrete because there is a solar tracking system there. So we had to use that, but we don't always use reinforced concrete as a base or foundation. And as you said, there could be some solutions with wood, but the maintenance could be an issue because, as you know, wood is requiring a lot of maintenance, and also it brings along some cost. So that part should be analyzed, but it's not impossible. I would like to thank everyone for your participation, and I would like to thank you as well. Let's take a photo together and close this session. Thank you. Hello again. First of all, we would like to thank the organizers of Solarex 2026 and also everyone who gave us the opportunity to be here with you. Our title of this panel is The Rise of Energy Storage in Turkey. Are we ready to compete globally with domestic battery production? And today we have with us people who are very valuable in their fields. They will be talking about the current situation of energy storage in Turkey, and we will be trying to talk about where Turkey is going, what is our capacity, and first of all, as pillars and members, I am the moderator of this session. Now, Alarko Goshen, Energy General Director, Nihat Aksüt. Then we have Maxen from Maxen Energy, Ufuk Keser. Maxen Energy in Turkey and in Europe, they have operations. And also we have Alper Çetin from Vestel. And they are battery producers on global scale and also in Turkey. They are one of the competitors in the global arena, and they are one of our biggest members in terms of energy storage and battery production. I don't want to keep you waiting. I want to move on to the agenda. In the world, lithium-ion battery technology, as of last year, reached 1.5 terawatt-hour levels, and 86% comes from China. And after EV, electric vehicles, energy storage is the second sector that follows. And in this energy storage sector, we will talk about what we are doing in Turkey, what are the battery investments in Turkey. Let's start with those. Nihat Bey, the first speaker on this topic. I think you can hear me, but I want to start by saying that we are among friends here. So in Turkey, let's say, narrow it down a little bit. Battery and energy storage sector to improve, what should be done? We will be touching upon that in a short while, but a very important, a key factor here is the foundations, and the stakeholders of this sector are brought together by foundations, and when they come together, foundations listen to their problems, their expectations, and they convey their messages to the institutions. And also, it is important to bring people together in this area. And also, we will also talk about the improvement of the energy storage sector. So this is very important in that sense. And PILDER Secretary General Mr. Akın, I would like to thank them. I am a witness of the foundation of PILDER. PILDER is really candid foundation that has no personal expectations. So I wanted to thank them in the beginning of my speech. Energy storage systems or fixed storage systems or battery storage systems, where is it going in terms of figures? Let's say the installed power capacity and storage capacity. By 2030, 2035, I want to share with you some figures about the expectations or expected level. Globally, these are new data, by the way. installments in 2025 is around 92 gigawatts, and it reached the highest level in 2025 by 92 gigawatts, and this increase is by 23% since the previous year, 2024. And when we look at 2026, compared to 2025, there was an increase of 33%, and it is expected to reach 123 gigawatts by the end of 2026. And as a company in Turkey, we have a lot of consultancy data coming from other countries as well. Also, opinions coming from foundations such as Bilder or institutions. We think the figures in Turkey, let's see if we can see 2030 or 35, if we can stay alive up until then. We will talk about it when it comes to that. But there was a target given for 2035, and expectations are around 20 or 30 gigawatts of energy storage systems. So in terms of installed power, this is the situation. But when we look at the capacity, storage capacity, we are expecting 78 gigawatts of capacity. But the licenses that were given we are taking into consideration not the whole picture, but also we are thinking that we will reach a level of 60 gigawatt hour in Turkey by 2030 in terms of the capacity, storage capacity. In terms of cell production, Turkey is left behind. I mean, it is not looking good. In terms of system integration, we are really competitive, and to be honest, the storage, RES and solar power plant projects, for these projects, I think Turkish investors have accumulated a great know-how, and in the short term, when we think about the cell and battery systems design and manufacturing, if we were trying to improve ourselves in this area, we have found out that we can actually compete in this area in terms of integration, and we can actually compete globally. The investors are both proactive and dynamic. And as a country, geographically, we are closer to Europe. It is also crucial because we have some areas of improvement. For example, cell technology is a topic that we will need to be better at. In terms of scales, we are weak in terms of scale economy. 6-7 gigawatt hours is the limit. I mean, you should be above that to survive in this in terms of scale economics, but we are not at that level yet. But when you look at the anode active materials, raw materials, or the aluminum foils, and also in terms of copper foils, coils being produced, etc. The costs are really high in Turkey in terms of the production, so we are lacking a little bit in this area. With a great integration structure we started, but I think recently we can, in a short while, we can be a production hub for energy storage systems. I believe in that. And how can we do this? We can go work with China and South Korea, etc., with a joint venture or joint undertaking. For example, Korea is behind China in terms of some technologies, and as Alorco Group, an ocean group, we partnered up last year. Alarco Ocean Green Energy company was established in partnership. So LFD chemistry will be the area we will produce over 300 ampere hours of production. It is not going to be a so-called production. We will actually become a cell producer in Turkey. I don't want to take up too much of your time, and so I'm stopping here. Thank you very much. LFD chemistry is really important, especially at this point. LFP chemistry is 4/5 of the total lithium battery production in the world. So people are always talking about, sodium ion batteries replacing the others. But when we look at the energy storage systems, most of them are based on NFP, and LFP chemistry is the hot topic. And probably in the upcoming 6 years, up until 2030, in McKinsey studies as well, the LFP chemistry is still on the rise as a topic. So what you said is really correct. And the reason is 4 parameters. It is low cost, cycle life is big, and it is trustworthy, and it is secure. So that's why, because of these parameters, LFD chemistry is the leader in the world, and it will continue to be so. Ufuk Bey, you have a factory in the Aegean region. You also have a factory in activities in Europe. And let's hear from you what you do in Turkey and other countries. I'm representing Maksan. I'm a business developer in there. We have a factory with a capacity of 5 gigawatts hour, and we don't produce there, but Hitium is a partner company in Lithuania, and the cells that we buy from there, with the co-licenses, we produce them, not produce them, but we get the cells from them and we turn them into energy storage containers. And you talked about some really interesting and good values and figures there. We talk about gigawatts of energy, but do you know anything about the installed power of or energy storage capacity? Installed energy storage capacity of Turkey. It is a little bit over 200, maybe 220 megawatt hours. But also we hear about the gigawatt hours, but we talk to people every year, what's the situation this year, what will happen next year. But between 1 and 1.5 gigawatt hour is the capacity or the target capacity at the moment. The same thing happened with solar as well. We talked about solar energy for long time, and the application started, especially in terms of the consumption projects. Everyone looked to their neighbors, they wanted to see an example first, and then it started rolling really well. And with energy storage, the same thing happened. First, we started to try to understand the technology, and then with the negotiations we have done a couple years earlier, and I'm at Maxon, we talked about the LFD or sodium, the comparison. And, we were talking among us, where does the sodium go? What is the expectation? Not in terms of production, but the sodium technologies of our partner, for example, we were trying to see if we could apply them here in our country. But I see great potential in Turkey in terms of the targets. As Maxen, of course, there are opportunities in Turkey, but on a global scale, there are also other opportunities. We are really close to Europe. We are not working full capacity, but we have the 5 kilowatt hour capacity. We are targeting over 5 gigawatt hours of sales this year. We are really close to Europe, and in Europe there's a huge market. When you talk to Turkish investors, they are asking you about, you are asking them, where are you doing your projects? They are talking about Poland, Germany, Lithuania, etc. So if you have the capacity, you can actually sell it at the same time. But we are producing here, but we consider ourselves a European company because we have our headquarters in Sweden. We have offices in London, in Amsterdam. And our target is that the equipment, 70-80% of the equipment that we produce, we want to export them. Why is Europe in the forefront? It is because of the need. And what is this need? It is the income models. And feasibilities are not really calculated with a good yield or the revenue models. There's the split part or the opportunity of arbitrage in terms of the voltage and the surges. The differences that we experience here put Europe in the forefront. Contact Energy is doing our installments. We buy, like I said, from abroad. There are opportunities in UK, in Poland. Italy is also really talked about a lot. Good relations with Turkey. I think we started to recently use the advantage of being in the close vicinity to Europe, and as there was a change in the regulations of some products only accepted to be produced in Europe, and as we have our partner in Europe, for example, we took advantage of that. And in terms of projects with funds originating from Europe, we also took the advantage of that. A lot of tier 1 producers are getting into the lists, and we are finding ourselves among these companies. And with our targets for the next years, and with the current financial structure, and with the high quality that we provide, I think we also are listing at the top among European countries. And this is not just for us, it will be a great opportunity for other companies in Turkey that is doing local production or domestic production. We kind of missed out of the opportunity of becoming more competitive in terms of the solar panels, but there are also great opportunities in terms of the batteries. For example, there are joint ventures, strategic partnerships, and there are people, companies that have been putting in the effort in terms of storage and other new technologies such as the charging stations for EVs.
Kombin olarak çalışacaklar. Bu yüzden ben
So I see big opportunities in Turkey in terms of production, both in terms of selling domestically and exporting to other countries. And there are some tax situations. There's some surveillance recently launched, and there was the additional import tax. So bringing a container from China and installing it here became costly. So we see some Turkish producers are rising. So I am like traveling all the time. I'm very busy. I started working at Matis in November. I thought I would be focused only 10% in Turkey, 90% in Europe. But with the recent revision in the regulations, I'm now focused 60% on Turkey. There are some projects, 60, 80 megawatts of projects, and we are approaching the deadlines in these projects. And with the recent revisions, Turkish manufacturers have come to the forefront. So that's a quick recap of what happened. Yes, we have been talking about 300 megawatts for many years, and we are still at 220. Well, there are also some power plants that have been modified according to the revised legislation. Okay, we will continue on that, but let's move on to Alper Bey. They have operations and installations in Europe. They have production facilities in Izmir. What's happening on the global scale? What do you think about that? In the second round, we will talk about your topic in more detail. I am representing Vestal Mobility. It's 100% owned by Vestal, and it makes strategic investments, automobile electronics, EVs, EV stations, and EV batteries. We have been manufacturing batteries since 2019. We have developed some systems for consumer electronics, and we had to produce batteries for them. And then with the transformation in telco industry, we started working on battery systems for base stations. And when things sped up on energy storage front, we started working on production infrastructure, both for household appliances and industrial appliances. And we also produce batteries for e-bikes and e-motorbikes. We produce them for European manufacturers. Since 2009, I have seen closely how the battery industry evolved. We were talking about LFP earlier. In 2019, when working on a battery project, we didn't have LFPs. We only talked about the LNC. And with a destructive technological transformation, we don't have any NMC anymore. Maybe in a few years, we will have something else. And cell density is increasing all the time. In the first batteries, it was 110 amperes. Now we have cells with 310. In the future, we will have 600 amperes, probably. So it's a dynamic industry, evolving quickly. So in battery technology evolves every 6 months. So where does Turkey stand in this evolution? Well, I have been We have been involved in this sector from the very beginning, but we are still not globally competent enough. We followed the developments very closely. We updated our infrastructure very quickly. In Turkey, we have almost 20 gigawatt hours of energy storage capacity, but you know, you can get this experience in the domestic market. When you look at China, Europe, or the US, they first developed some experience for the domestic market and then started exporting them to other countries. But in Turkey, projects are slow. So we had a preliminary license for 300 gigawatts, and we only implemented 220 so far. And there are some reasons for that. First, our market does not offer sufficient incentives for energy storage systems. When we look at the day in, day out markets, we see very good investments abroad that offer very fast return of investment, but return of investment is very slow in Turkey, and the permits take too long. That creates a lag, and that stops us from developing global projects because people first ask, what did you do domestically? So we hope that these projects will be accelerated so that we can acquire a good experience. We are implementing some fluid cooling system projects in European countries, such as Czechia. As you know, the EU has an industry acceleration draft program, and battery technologies are listed among the critical industries in that draft. If the potential of Turkey being accepted as a made in Europe location that will becomes a reality, it will mean a lot for us. Because when this draft was first published, when this draft becomes official, the companies in Europe will require made in Europe batteries, and it will be mandatory to manufacture batteries in Europe. So we are in a good position in terms of system integration. We have Maxwell, Alarco, or Vestal, companies that have a good experience in battery technologies, but cell will be a very critical instrument. In Europe, they have an infrastructure of cell production of 230 gigawatts, but it's for EVs. Maybe we can work on batteries for household appliances. That can be a good opportunity. So, in a nutshell, we are ready to play in the global league. We just need to flex our experience muscles. To do that, we need to plan strategic regulations and incentives. Thank you. I see a storyline here. The US-China trade war is happening, and we are standing in a very good position in that war. And Europe has this initiative of Made in Europe against the Asian countries, and there are opportunities lying there as well. But we have made good progress in solar investments. In many PVs and installed capacity, we are going up. But sometimes when I go to European countries, they say that electricity is too cheap. So the ROI takes too long. Why it is cheap? In Turkey, it is 6 to 7 cents. In Europe, it is 20, 30 cents. In the US, it is 15 to 20 cents. Since this was the case in the last 5 years, the battery investments didn't happen. If the battery investments had happened, our muscles would have been stronger, and we would have been stronger in this Made in Europe policy than the US competitors or the Asian competitors. So what do you think about the US market? I would like to ask this question to you, Nihat Bey. The opportunities seem better there for the battery technologies. Yes, Europe is just there. If we are included in Made in Europe, it will be a good market for us. But can we also look at the US market? Well, I don't think so, as long as they have Trump in office. As you know, during Biden's, maybe you shouldn't have mentioned his name. That could bring you some trouble. Well, the guy goes and shoots a rocket on a flat on the 8th floor of a 20-story building. He can also find me. Well, during Biden's term, the U.S. offered significant incentives to renewable energy investments, and it also paved the way for China to invest more in the U.S. And it's not easy to develop technology. You do not just wake up in the morning and develop a new battery chemistry or NCA, LPO, LMO, or in LFP. You cannot just wake up and come up with a new model of battery. It doesn't happen like that. In the US, to have a thriving battery technology, you need to open your market to companies that have expertise on battery technologies, and these companies are mainly Chinese companies. Secondly, Trump said this. He even insulted the advocates of renewable energies. So this understanding, this perspective makes things difficult for the U.S. market. And you know the UL certificates. The UL certificate criteria are stricter than the IEC criteria. So if we can get the UL certificates as Turkish companies, we can be more competitive in the U.S. market. Of course, if the U.S. market changes its perspective as well. Well, Turkey imported $1.5 billion worth of lithium-ion batteries in 2025 and exported only 30 million. We need to fix that imbalance. Maybe with the Made in Europe initiative and with the trade war between US-China, we will be able to cover that bridge that gap and get some share from that cake. Well, the US is a very far away location. To be honest, it may be considered as a step further down the road. We need to first focus on nearby regions, the locations where we can make difference. Because we say nearby regions, but we do not focus too much on Middle East. We mainly focus on Europe. Why? Because in our group of companies, we have companies working on software. And we will talk more about this, but it's not enough to have high-quality batteries. You need to add power electronics. You need to add INS and the software program. So when you think of it as a whole, and those destinations feel closer to home. So this is why we configured our structuring according to Europe. We wanted to see what's happening in Europe because we are all new in this. We do not have gigawatts of energy facilities running in the field. So we wanted to focus on Turkey and Europe. US, why not? We may go there, but there is still some time to do that, at least for us. But to give an example from solar panels, because I think they run in parallel to each other. In Turkey, many companies established companies in free trade zones to export to China, export to the US. They saw that as an opportunity and they grasped that opportunity. I don't think we will be, I don't know if we will be able to do that. Time will only tell. But for now, we focus on more nearby territories. And about certificates. We get these certificates for our manufacturing equipment, for our facilities, and for the products. We actually have those certificates. So quality is paramount, and having these certificates in advance will accelerate you and offer you flexibility in your future decisions. So they will give you a leverage when penetrating new markets. But Vestal will have an initiative to penetrate the US market, I think. Well, battery technology is actually Chinese technology. We all recognize that because the raw materials, processes, production of materials, 80% of everything happens in China. All the patents are held by China. The US and European markets are big because they invest heavily on solar energy systems and storage systems. For example, in Europe last year, they installed 28 gigawatt hours of energy storage systems. And when you look at the distribution, half of them target the grid, and the rest is behind the meter, industrial applications. It's the same in the US as well. California is the hub of renewable energy. And it is the place where the need for energy storage emerged first. Yes, as Nihat Bey said, we can easily cover Europe now because they have the testing. We have the testing infrastructure for those certification processes, and at Vestal, we choose to do our testing and certification ourselves. We have our own laboratories, but when it comes to the US market, UL can be a challenge. They have very challenging requirements. Instead of tearing down China with walls, they want to work with energy storage companies like us. We receive requests a lot. And we have started working with several companies to get those UL certifications. You can offer UL certificates. Yes, we have the testing infrastructure for battery packages. I heard this before, and even that is a big success for Turkey. You can get certifications for some of the tests, if not all of them. Yes, we can do them in-house to a certain extent. And we have ongoing efforts to respond to the requirements of UL. For the US and Europe, the way to compete against China is collaboration with China. For example, Marxal Lithium and Alarco Goshium, they have partnership. And we have a strategic partnership with China Power. Maybe in the US, in Europe, they will be working on energy storage system, and we will be manufacturing the systems for them. So if you have the right strategic partnerships and sales channels, the US can be a very good market for us. But to go back to the first round, we need to first prove ourselves domestically. We need to accelerate these investments domestically. We will have the last round, and we will talk about the domestic market. We discussed the global scale, we discussed Europe and the US, but what we will do in Turkey? Let's have a round on that. Because we have the capacities, the number of EVs is going up, renewable energy systems are increasing. We will need a lot of batteries. And our local manufacturers offer very good quality of storage systems. So, Nihat Bey, why investors looking for batteries should talk to you? What kind of services do you offer? Thank you. It's a very important question. Let me respond to that with this. In the Turkish battery and energy storage system, how should we proceed? What should we do? Let's be honest. Do we have the technology for designing and producing of batteries? No. Do we have the scale? No. But there is also this vicious cycle. We need to have domestic demand to have the scale, and we don't have the demand. We need to have the scale to have the optimum cost, and we do not have the technology. How do we address this problem? Through collaboration that involves technology transfer. That should be the answer. Because it's difficult to discover or invent a new technology of cell or a new chemistry for cells. But we can develop, and we cannot develop similar cell chemistries or models on our own. To do that, we need to work with foreign companies, but it's not just buying the patents or license rights. I'm talking about having ownership of technology. We have a 60 to 40 ownership in our partnership. And Goshen says, I am actually investing in Turkey, not pretending to invest. Why should the customers come to us? They can be confident about the technology. Goshen is one of the few companies that created the LFP technology and fulfilling the warranty liabilities. This is something important for the investors, I believe. The design life of LFP storage systems is 15 years, but some companies, such as Goshen, can offer extended warranty like 20 years. Goshen says, for 20 years, I will have ownership. I will defend my technology, my product. I will develop this technology. I will supply spare parts, and I will maintain it. This is an important factor. And also, long-term service agreements in Turkey. With these agreements and extended warranty and with a maintenance agreement, you can get long-term service to ensure performance, safety, and security of your systems. For example, for round-trip efficiency, for battery health, you can have an agreement that will guarantee the maintenance of the system, and companies that do that should be preferred by company. And Alarko Gurkin will establish this structure and will offer this long-term maintenance and repair and efficiency optimization agreements.
Thank you very much, Maxon. This is what we actually are an advocate for. In energy sector, this is a standard actually. Producers are given these guarantees in terms of performance, etc. Similarly, we are a company that produces battery containers from cells, and some investors come to us saying that in terms of power electronics equipments, in terms of PCS inverters, or on the cell side, what can we do with you? What can you offer for us? And we started with the MVC kits. AC equipments container solution is something that we provide for our clients, and those two containers, battery containers and AC containers, when you combine them, you can actually connect it to the grid. Also, we have EMS in energy management systems, and also this needs to be in harmony, working in harmony with the same system. And not as just Maxen, but for battery producers, we are not just selling products. When we are selling the products, we are doing the design, the project preparations. We are selling the after sales. We are selling a solution in total. So that's the case. That should be the case. What are you buying from this company? Some investors are focused on capex, and they just focus on the costs. And is it because of the C rates, the focus on capex? I'm not, of course it is relevant, with 1 hour storage. I didn't want to intervene, but, I wanted to take 2 minutes. We have a very little time left. And the previous session extended for 10 more minutes, so if you allow me, I want to say something about this topic. The capacity, the charging and discharge ratio is called C rate. So it is the division of charge and discharge to the capacity. So when everything is taken into consideration, if you have a storage capacity and you have to give this capacity for the system in 1 hour, of course they are saying that you can use the 0.5, but it is increasing the costs for everyone in terms of the investor or the battery manufacturers, and for maintenance when you consider the years to come, and also the mechanical systems, cabling, etc., electricity, construction, etc. It's not necessary. When we think about the whole world, it is not a different geography, in that sense. Energy storage systems with integration, optimum C rate is 0.25 and 0.5. When you look at it globally, in 2024, 1 hour storage systems installment rate was about 9%, and in 2025 it decreased to 4%, and maybe next year it will be even lower. But in our country, we are still insisting on 1C. I'm not gonna say insisting, but through some foundations, they are reaching the ministries, relevant ministries such as the Ministry of Energy. We are trying to make our voices heard, and we see that there is an agreement in general, and there is a responsibility on our shoulders as well. We focused on the total cost usually. For example, you buy an asset, a financial asset. This is also a financial asset. You're not buying a car. You have to operate it optimally. And of course, it changes depending on the electricity prices and conjuncture. But for example, when you go to the eastern part of the country, a 4-hour investment would be better. But in general, a 2-hour investment is preferred. So I always have the APH application in my hand. 1 hour is definitely not enough. So that's why I'm just saying that in the regulation as well, C rates should not be mandatory, and it should not be fixed. It should be flexible because the technology is changing constantly. In terms of technology and technological advancements, the regulations should be able to answer them, should be able to match them. So we need adjustments in the regulations for the investment to continue, focusing on the total purchasing costs. I don't remember any session without this discussion for the last 3-4 years, and it's kind of funny to me. I want to say this again, state this again. There is no mandatory C rate or a C rate obligation. You know, they don't tell you to use 0.5 or any kind of C rate. They are saying that if you are using a transformer of 100 megawatts, in order to minimize the problems, you should at least use this C rate. But otherwise, you can increase your capacity as much as you want. You have used 100 megawatts of power, and there is no blockage in front of you from, you know, establishing a higher C rate storage system. They are, for example, in Germany, they are making it mandatory to install 2-hour storage battery. Battery storage, sorry. Yeah, there is a mandatory thing in Germany, but there is a difference in Turkey. No, on the contrary. In Turkey, you have to install more capacity. In Romania, for example, it's 25%, but in Germany, it's 2 times more. But looking at the country, based on the needs of the grid in the country, the biggest problem in the country is that the money that you pay for primary and secondary problems. The system operators are telling you that, you know, I want to get the batteries first and store energy, and then I can shift the hours of the energy production, and the grid can be operational easily. I wanted to clarify that. What was your question, Kadem Bey? I was going to answer it. Why should people choose you, prefer you in Turkey? Very fast, I want to say that in battery energy storage is not the problem. But there are thousands of problems so that you cannot implement your projects, because projects are developed all the time. And people should think about, you know, if something happens, if there's a problem that's arising, can I find someone to talk to with this company? So that's why I think working with us is advantageous. For example, we are doing the charging station works as well. The uptime, for example, we have a chance of you have a chance of finding one of our faulty equipment is 1%. 1%. So that's why we are doing this work. And I think in the battery side, the after sales support and the warranty with the projections for the next 20 years, 25 years, however long it could be. And we want to put in the work for ensuring added value to our country. You know, we are bringing technology, we are bringing money, and that's why I think our investors should support us and should come to us and give us the projects so that we can be stronger globally and we can work with local companies even more. So you want to put the local and domestic companies in the forefront. Hopefully, we will increase our export. And we are not manufacturing the cells, but it is not a big problem, and it shouldn't cause concern. Because we have top chairperson, Mr. Mehmet, he told me in the morning China is producing 86% of the lithium batteries, but they are producing the raw materials of this only 17%. So they are buying the raw materials from other countries. And we can still have a big market in terms of the batteries, just like China did with their raw materials. So we should support our local companies. And the cell is coming as well to our country. Thank you very much for listening to our session. And I also want to thank our panelists. And we will now take a family photo and then close the session. Hello everyone, we are starting our session as GÜYAD session.
Şu anda devam eden İran, Amerika ve İsrail savaşı
We will talk about how this ongoing war between United States, Israel, and Iran is for energy. We will be taking this as a main title, and then we will talk about a lot of other things, other problems regarding storage, production, etc. I want to start with financing with Hakan Bey. There was a YEK'ten mechanism and 10-year buying warranty was established, and in this warranty everyone was thinking that all the financing is coming and our loans are extending to 16 years. Now we are looking at the energy companies in their balance sheets. They are actually at a loss. So in terms of financing, what can you say? The interest rates are high in Turkey, and foreign investors are not coming as much. It's not the same as the past. So can you give us your opinion in a broad framework? Thank you very much, Mr. Cem. When renewable energy first started in Turkey, the panel and turbine costs were high, prices were high, and YEK'ten brought a great benefit. So Turkey covered a great distance, and YEK'ten projects, they actually paid out all their debts, and they still continue, some of them, after YEK'ten period. YEK'ten really was a source that supported this sector, and today we are at the second YEK'ten period, and it's not as the indexed to the hard currencies. It is more at an index of Turkish inflation and euro average, let's say. We cannot say it's bad. It's still supportive, but it's not sufficient at this point. Today, the market prices in renewable energy, when capacity came into play, it becomes even lower. And when we look at the capexes, we see 17, $18 midday, and now it comes to $3, $4, and renewable energy in the upcoming 10 years should still continue to be supported. And petrol, in order to gain our independency from petrol and fossil fuels, renewable energy should continue to be supported. So YEK'ten is not, of course, enough. PPMs are really important, which is existing in Europe, power purchase agreements, long-term or mid-term agreements between traders or industrial institutions, etc. In these contracts, we are still a little bit behind, and we talk about contracts in Turkey with maybe 1 year timed or forward contracts. So PPAs, power purchase agreements, should be made between big and credible companies, and so that we can use the support of the state a little bit less, and investors should have some area to move forward. Unfortunately, with the higher interest rates, the market is fluctuating, and Turkey has been battling high inflation, especially with new YEKA projects. Normally, borrowing is still an option. Loans are options, but the margins, especially in dollar and euros, the margins are still high. Even though we are not a part of this ongoing war, unfortunately, our stability in our country is affected, and the interest rates, we need them to be a little bit more normalized, to come to a normal level in our country and in the world. Of course, we have to wait what will come out of this war as well. We will see what the markets react with. And Erdem Bey, I want to turn to you now.
Siz İstanbul'da oturuyorsunuz. Dönme bu Ankara'ya. Bütün gün Ankara'da.
You are normally living in Istanbul, but you are always going to Ankara to communicate with the institutions, etc., such as TEİAŞ, and they have made an increase in their prices for the distribution. What do you think about that? I want to start with the permits first. It's not just the permits, not just a single permit. You need to go to maybe 30 different institutions to get their opinion when you want to do a project, and maybe even if they are still under the same roof, in order to get one permit from one institution, you have to go to another one and wait for the other one to come. So there was a super permit act that came out, but there are still adjustments to be made in terms of the legislation, and with that we can move a little bit more forward. But this permit period is a very long and exhausting and costly period, and this cost, of course, no one benefits from this high cost, not the private sector, not the public sector, both for the manufacturers and the public institutions and investors. It is really a challenging thing to face. Also, during this permit period, when this permit process is continuing, not only in solar investments, in other investments as well, and when you go to the resources, the technology might change. Meanwhile, a bigger capacity, higher capacity turbine can come out, and some technical specifications can change in time. If you are going to use the new technology, then you have to go back and get all the permits one by one again from scratch. So if you complete this process and you made an investment and you want your facility to become operational, but with regards to the processes that is related to the connection, TEİAŞ infrastructure, grid infrastructure might have some limitations. If I want to go into a little bit more detail about that, TEİAŞ says, for example, I'm planning on building a connection there, but I'm going to lay a line there, but it's not a certain time period where they plan to do this. And it could be 10 years later. They are just giving you this, they are just telling you that they will do it, but there's no certain time, so you have another extra additional cost when you are waiting for that to happen. And sometimes you accept the version that you do this by yourself, and the problem about that is that there's the cost, for example, TEİAŞ determined in the past was 100 Turkish liras. Without thinking of the inflation, in the first period you account for the 1 lira, and then the second period 1 lira more, and then the value would go down. And without any calculation of inflation, then everything you pay there, everything you spend there, doesn't account for the whole 100 Turkish liras. It's much more than that. So unit prices are taken as a basis when the payments are made. So you are paying 100 liras, for example. When you get your money, you actually get 40 liras, for example, and the other costs are already up to 60, for example. Then all the money is kind of removing each other from the equation. The offers that we usually get is usually for shorter distances of lines or connections. And when you compare our 3 kilometers project with the TEİAŞ projects of 300 kilometers, for example, there is a kind of an ambiguity around the loss of revenue on our side. And when you come to the revenue side, just like mentioned before, the average price was 2,900, and then it was going down to 1,600, and as of yesterday we are talking about an average price lower than 1,000 Turkish liras. The prices might be low, but the how free the price is the main issue. When there's a low price coming, there are some reasons behind it, and when the price is high, there are also some reasons behind it, and the market can resolve this problem within itself. If you fix the price at a basis that is not meant to be, you are actually getting stuck on the cap levels. And that's why, in terms of the purchasing agreements with long terms, for example, there is no incentive for the consumer to make any kind of agreement, because there is no advantage for that. There is the cap, and you are going to get stuck with that, and the cost is not a risk for me. And for this reason, I'm not for making a long-term agreement. Of course, this can be understandable on the side of the consumer, but when you look at the manufacturers, when you cannot sell at a higher price, it is delaying other new investments that you will make. For example, for storage investments in Europe, every day, the minimum price and maximum price difference is above 100 euros. And in Turkey, the cap price was around 65 euros, and the maximum level is almost around 60 euros. So if they kind of unblock this road, I think new investments would come, and it would be better in terms of new projects. With the guidance of the public, we are trying to produce for our country. We are working for our country. Hopefully, we will be in a better place.
Thank you very much. And Acar Bey, you filed an application to produce solar cells. You produce panels in Adana. You recently opened a facility. Will we have a solar cell production facility one day? How does that process work out? These are very big investments. I believe there were 4 companies applying for that. Astro Energy, with its capacity in China, over 30 gigawatts, produces solar cells and 60,000 megawatts of solar panel production. We are witnessing a moment where this production is moved to Turkey with the HIT 30 incentive. We are establishing a facility in Balıkesir, in addition to the facility that we already have in Adana, a facility to produce solar cells. The construction has started. We have received the permits. It's underway. In Q3 or Q4, depending on the weather conditions, we will be able to launch this solar panel cell manufacturing facility. We have a local partner in this investment. We have a partnership with local producers, and we are bringing the cell production technology to Turkey. This is the TOPCon 3.0 model. This is the most advanced cellular architecture. This means technology transfer to Turkey. And due to the nature of HIT 30, we are incentivizing skilled workforce. So the employment and the training of skilled workforce will be accelerated. So it's an exemplary project. It's not just another project by a Chinese company. To the contrary, it's an investment by a company that has been operating in Turkey for 15 years with a more technological investment that will also contribute to the job market. It will also mobilize the local economy, and it will contribute to the local components in technology production in Turkey. It is in full compliance with the spirit of the HIT 30 program. We are talking about 30 gigawatts of investment. Giga means $30 million of capital investment in Turkey. In the future, it may turn into 5 gigawatts. If it becomes 5 gigawatts, then it will be for exports. Yes, we have uncertainties in the domestic market. Yesterday, we were talking to the financial institutions, and this is the case all around the world. Things are cooling down, but it also affects the value of the currencies. But as long as these investments continue, these facilities will be permanent. And they are financed by a huge amount of equity. This means the localization of these technologies in Turkey, and it means we will be able to produce these technologies locally, and it will also contribute to the exports in the future. So it will mean a big contribution for our country and for our company. And it's not just about production of solar panels. With our partnership with local companies, we will work together for production of batteries. China is a manufacturer of inverters with a good bankability around the world. So when we have a project, since we manufacture transformers as well, we will be able to manufacture everything in that project. And for the licensed market, you can implement these projects under the build, operate, and transfer model. And we offer this capability in full harmony with the financial institutions as well.
Could you tell us about your company, about your investment in Turkey, about your investment in the world, and about the technology of battery?
Yes, for sure. Firstly, teşekkürler for this invitation by the hoster and our very close partner, the Mr. Hakan Bey and our Nihar Bey. Here's Crank, and I'm from the Goshen. Currently, I'm the general manager of the Goshen Turkish business, and also we cooperation with Alaco together. Let me just tell some of the small stories about the Goshen to let us to get a better nose and introduction. Goshen currently is a global leading the green energy solutions providers, and also currently we are the top 4 for the electrical vehicles, the batteries shipments in China, and also the number 5, the top 5 in the global. The Goshen is was established in 2006, and just after 4 years, you know, in that age, even in China, the new energy is not a word very popular. Just after four years, in around 2010, the Hefei is also my hometown of the Anhui province. It has the whole line, the whole bus line is only supplied by the electrical bus. In that age, it is only one, and all the batteries installed by the Goshen batteries. And 1 year after, to moving from the electrical bus, we just to moving ahead to the passengers electrical vehicles. And in the 2011, we supplied the first batch, the 585, the passenger electrical vehicles, and also we supplied and also installed in Hefei. And you know, Hefei, this city, is also our headquarters based locations. And currently, in China, everyone mentions it is a new energy city, because nearly all the things we use new energy, just use the electrical to do that. And just after that, in the 2015, Goshen was listed in Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and also after the and in that time, the Goshen is also the first share in China in the field of the electrical vehicles batteries. And after 5 years, we welcomed our very huge partners, the Volkswagen. The Volkswagen strategically invested the Goshen just for the amount of the 1.1 billion euro, and also currently the Volkswagen is the largest shareholder of us. And also after one year in 2021, the Goshen is formally starting the international roadmap, and also we're starting our manufacturing, our plant, and also our research institution in Europe, in the American, and also in the Asian Pacific areas. And after 2 years, in the 2023, we complete the massive production of our Germany plant, of our Göttingen plant. And also the 2 years after, we also welcome another very heavy and very important partner with our Alaco Holding. Just in the 2025, we sincerely to welcome this partner. So this is some of the stories just according to the past 20 years. And now the Goshen already have globally the 20 battery factories, and also we have over the 8 research institutions, and also including in the Singapore we have the institution for the research, and also in the Japan, in the India, and so in the China, Germany, and also America. We do this research for the LFP and also the NCN, and for the globally, and also we extract the globally the talent to co-research that just for better for the latest technologies. And also nowadays, also something we pursue is that the mostly we find just in this field, currently it's over the 70% is application for the new energy field is still the electrical vehicles. It takes a large share of that. But as everyone can see, the shares of energy is improved from the just maybe 5 to 10 in the 5 years before to the currently already takes over 25 to 30% of the whole installation of the batteries. We can see the future must be energy storage systems future. And in this step, the Goshen currently we do the 2 things. The first one, the most people and most the co-workers in this field, they know Goshen just according is because the Goshen produce the batteries and also the whole energy storage system. But actually, Goshen it does indeed. But over half our percent our researchers and also our very talented the PhD and the research technicians, they are working on the raw material side. Mostly people know something just in this field that it's very hard to just balance the quality and also about the better the cost. But Goshen do both of these very talent. The main reason is that we are not just to buy some of the materials or some of the raw materials from our supplier. We also are producer and also assembling for the materials. Just in Argentina and also in Chile, many countries we also have our plant for the materials. Because of this, we actually and deeply to know the materials and to know how it affects every parameters, every the safety performance for the cells. Then we use our own materials and just to do our own sales. So that's why we can just to get 100% confidence about our product and also provide our customers and also close friends the best quality based on that cost. So that is one very important line with that. And also, secondly, the Goshen is also a company very strongly at our industrial scales. Because also Goshen has already over the globally, we have currently the Vietnam cell factory, and in that region we have our close partner, the VinFast. Currently we supported VinFast to be the largest and also the market owner for the electrical vehicles in Vietnam. And also the Germany, the whole Europe, we have the Volkswagen and the Alaco. We work together for that. And also in the US, we have our close partner, the Rivian, and also in China, absolutely, China is our main market, and we huge large shares of that. And there, we cooperate with Chery and also Geely with many very talented electrical vehicles and the customers and also the very close friends. So just overall, so Goshen just to hold all of this, the global supply chain, the own knowledge on the technician, the technology, and also the understanding of the materials, and also the trust and the close cooperation with all of our partners. And then we just to win we can do we can take the current position of this field. Yeah, this is some of the small picture of the Goshen. Yeah, and particular for this question to let me better to introduce this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ben şimdi soru cevap yapmak istiyorum ama bir tur.
I would like to do a Q&A, but maybe after one last round. Hakan Bey, let's talk about storage investments from your perspective. Goshen General Manager is here. It is one of the leading battery producers in the world. It's one of the top 5. Also, with partnership of Volkswagen, they offer superior technology with high quality. We have been working with them. We had been talking with them for 3 years. Last year, we established our joint venture, and hopefully we will start joint production very soon. We have chosen our location. We have prepared the machine park. Our technical discussions are underway. Under HIT 30 incentives, we have been talking with the Ministry of Industry and Technology. And after that is completed, in the first 12 months, we will be manufacturing batteries with a capacity of 5 megawatt hours. At the end of 2 years, we want to produce lithium-ion batteries in Turkey. Our partner is one of the top 4. So Goshen has all 4 links in the value chain: lithium production, lithium processing, and the conversion into batteries. It's the only company that operates in all of these areas. Our expectation from the government. The current legislation appears to recommend 1C storage, but actually 0.5 and 0.25 2-hour storage can also be done. So as Emre mentioned, here Prices can be a challenge for return of investment. Turkey is not a completely liberal market. Although we are integrated with Europe, since when we see prices like 200 euros, we see the price caps of 2,500. As in, well, we need to let the manufacturers thrive. In a liberal market, the price caps should be left alone. And during the day in production, when the production reaches peak levels, the prices can be changed. We can see negative prices in Europe. We should see them in Turkey as well. The industrialists should be able to access negative prices. Only then we can create some value with the storage. But that's the way we are going. That's the direction we are going. When we look at the release data, by 2035, 68% of electricity will come from renewable resources. There is no running away from that. You can only do that if you support these systems with batteries. This is the vision of Alarko. We invest in this, and in the future there will be a significant demand in this area. Yes, negative prices are very important to have more storage investments in Turkey, because when you have negative storage, you can store energy, and when it is positive price, you can make profits. Mehmet Bey, Enerjisa was in YEKA 4, but not in the last YEKA. Now, I know about this project. In the last YEKA, 180 kilometers of transmission line was planned. So what is the math there? Because that project did not seem very feasible to us. Do you think those last YEKAs will be implemented? How is your YEKA going? Well, we could not participate in the latest YEKA. We wanted to, but there are projects, multiple projects we are working on. It was difficult to focus on new project while working on other projects at the same time. We didn't think we could manage that, so we didn't participate in the latest YEKA tenders, but we will participate in future tenders. And our existing projects are going on as planned. And the transmission lines, as I mentioned earlier, there is a cost of building a transmission line. It is something to take on that responsibility and something else to pay for that cost. Because if that cost is paid by TEİAŞ, we can take on the responsibility. Because when that project is completed, it should be ready to be connected to the grid, but we don't want to pay for the cost. Of course, the latest revision leads to a loss of profit in the transmission lines. That is a positive development to prevent losses due to fluctuations, but we are still getting beaten up by the unit prices. When you start at 50 lira, and if you want to reach 100 lira, it's difficult because you're still losing 50 liras. Anything else to add? Thank you. And you do not invest in Turkey, but you do EPCs. What is the problem that you face most often? Well, we do not basically produce EPCs, but we help with the coordination of future EPC projects. And we support the operation or handover of the facilities that have been built according to the investors' requirements. We can divide the energy investments into specific periods. We don't have time to discuss this in detail, but we are entering a new period, new era of energy investments. Although we are working in the same direction, the trajectory has changed. For auto consumption, instead of auto consumption solar PVs, we will be looking at more licensed power plants with higher installed capacity. And in the past, for rooftop PVs, many EPC companies contributed to the process, and the costs were stable and things were easy to forecast. But during this time and in the future, things are more difficult because the pure energy investors will be more involved, and they will be using their own equities to invest in energy. So the pressure on EPC activities, the pressure of profitability and quality will be even higher.
And this is the same goes for the equipment producers. Their balance sheets will be they will be caring more about the technical equipment, technical harmony, certification, warranty, and performance will be the focal points. And PVs will be using their own equipments, and they will be more secure in that sense. Now it looks like we are entering a difficult period, but this was what was expected to happen. Now we are moving towards these standards. And in the fields, the things that we see, especially the licensed and storage solar power panels, etc., they are getting increasing in numbers recently. There could be some difficulties in terms of zoning or in terms of other difficulties. There are some difficulties in terms of financing or equipments themselves, but under the same roof, if you plan them under the same roof as an investor, you are at a more comfortable zone. And I am saying under the same roof because I want to underline that you should come to us, you should talk to us. And when you look at this period, the field work importance is increasing as well. The equipment, the financing is allowing us to move towards a more comfortable position. If we cannot catch that moment, then the profitability or the efficiency will be getting lower. Tier 1 EPCs are the way to go, so we are moving towards that period as well. Maybe the certification in equipments will become much more important, performance and warranties will be more important, but references and the performance that can be proven will be much more important. But the profit margins are going a little down. Now I want to come to the conclusion. Are there any questions here?
If you'd like to answer. Önce Türkçe soracağım. Hürmüz Boğazı bildiğim kadarıyla
The Strait of Hormuz is closed at the moment, and in the beginning of the session, I'm referring to the beginning of the session about the breaking point of the energy sector. In this 6-month period, 1 year period, how do you think would this affect the region and Turkey?
bottleneck will affect Turkey and the region in the short term? Thank you.
I'm willing to just to share some of my points of that. I think you know. Let me just to say something very interesting. Mostly we always discuss the battery, the BESS, the containers, and also with the inverters together. But mostly we just see, to be honest, it has a totally different. Because one is just based on the chemical, and one is another just based on the electrical and industrial. The same logic, just with these questions. Mostly we will find some of the necklace, but for this necklace, it's not for the product or some of the materials. Mostly this is for the applications. Because sometimes we will just receive many questions from the different points. They will ask which materials is the best one, which product we need to continue to keep, the sodium ion, the all solid state batteries, the lithium ion, which one is the best in the world. Actually, we always want to see the market never choose only one thing, but finally the application will select. For example, just for our life cycle and also the real applications, we can see just in the 4 or 5 years before. In that days, just we related to mention the energy storage system. In that days, we just use the 1 hour system. Sometimes we call it the 1C. But mostly the scenario of the application is to the unstoppable power supplier, sometimes for some of the power and the wind farm. But later we have the 2 hour system and also the 4 hour system. That's the reason, most reason is that the more and more the government and also the enterprises and also the developers, they find some of the commercial chance from that. They can see within some of the difference between the morning and also in the afternoon, the evenings, the electrical price. The more and more the long time, the long hours, the energy storage just should be just take a better revenue and also the better application view, just for this real market. And later, just in the recent 2 years, we can see within the booming of both the energy storage and also with the AI, the more and more the applications on the data centers also comes. They need a very stable current, because you know mostly for all the energy storage system we use the stable, the power is a normal case just for all the design, but currently they need a very stable the current to ensure, even though there's some small distributor, it won't to influence the storage of the data, because it's such important. You cannot to stop any process of the AI processing. So in this case, we find the more and more the European and also American developers, they like to use the 6 hours or the 8 hours the energy storage to. Sometimes we see to satisfy this scenario, but finally we always can see the results is that we provide a product for this kind of things. But actually, when this scenario, when these applications occurred in the first time, we don't see that it is application, it is scenario. We see it is a necklace. So this is a big reason why. So we need to stay ahead on that, on both the applications, the product, and also material side. Something also I can share here, just for the Goshen, just to the last year, last May, the Goshen also installed the first electrical vehicles within the semi-solid state batteries. And also currently, as we all know, just from the public news, the Goshen is starting to do the processing of 2 gigawatt hours, the all solid state, the battery lines. And also in the future, this speed will be absolutely quicker and faster. So it means finally for our Goshen, we always just to arrive and also to in the wave of the latest technologies skills in this field. That's also a big reason why we were very proud of to selecting to have the opportunity to cooperate with Alaco. Because in every region, every field, we are mostly to select the strongest partners to win and to support that field to push our both the manufacturing and also the technical design and improvement. So that's also in that case we have a high confidence and also we are willing to do that, to do more for this Turkish and also the nearby market to make this happen, to make the green energy, make our powers more cleaner and more efficiency. And also I appreciate for these questions. I'm very happy to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Başka soru var mı?
Emre Bey de cevaplayacağı
Cem Bey.
Emre Bey.
Pardon Emre Bey buyurun.
Yapalım. Ben de kısaca
I want to talk about the effects of the Strait of Hormuz closing in the electricity or power markets. In the supply and demand curve, natural gas power plants are at the top, and the costs are based on the BOTAŞ determined prices, because 95% of that cost comes from natural gas costs itself. And BOTAŞ was acting almost like a suspension, and BOTAŞ prevents the fluctuation in the prices. And we have seen this previously as well. The TTF prices, the indicator gas prices determined in the Netherlands, for example, BOTAŞ acted as a suspension and slowed it down, and we didn't pay the price in our bills as consumers. Now, the natural gas power plants, when you think about them, that determine the natural gas prices, BOTAŞ has two items in front of them, Brent or TTF. We know that Brent prices have increased and also TTF also increased. The first impact came from BOTAŞ increasing the gas prices, and it increased from 75% to 100%, and to 3,500 was the cap, but it increased to 4,500. Because when the natural gas power plants, when they become operational, they cannot create this margin where they can sustain themselves. So when you ask about the reflection on today's world, if BOTAŞ still continues to act as suspension and prevent the fluctuation, and it is not reflected in our gas bills, then that's a good case scenario. But when we think about the next 6 months, 1 year, if this straight problem continues, then it will come with higher costs probably. When you were opening the seminar, the war that is ongoing, the effects of it on the future of energy, I want to ask my question within this framework. USA intervened in Venezuela and Iran. Maybe the biggest motivation was to manage the fossil fuel and the resources there and benefit from it. And Iran has this power right now. The biggest power they have is the energy lines and energy resources, and also the distribution channels, the strait, and in the transportation of these energy resources to different places. Rather than this, I think renewable energy in the location they are found should be evaluated, used within the same geography they are in. What kind of an investment model do you think can be applied to be able to do that? So politically friendly countries, for example, should go into this type of investments or not? Turkey is a very lucky country in that sense, in terms of the solar power, geothermal power, and wind power, and hydro power plants, hydroelectricity power plants. Turkey is actually successful in that sense. In renewable energy, if we make our investments right, we can be able to sustain ourselves. We will be self-sufficient. And hopefully this war will be a lesson for everyone, all the countries around the world. Hopefully it will come to an end soon. Everyone is now thinking about how we can switch the natural gas flow from different channels. And I have to cut the answer short because there's still another session waiting for us to finish. So thank you very much for your questions and your participation.
Herkese merhabalar. Bugün enerji dönüşümü ve e-mobilite oturumuyla sizlerle birlikteyiz. Konuşmacıları takdim etmek istiyorum. E-mobilite yönetim...
We have here e-mobility Vice President of the Board, Burçin Acan. Electromobility Foundation Vice President Aykut Aydilek and Alper Arın will be with us. My name is Burçin Açan. I'm in the board of the EMOD and also ZEST. For approximately 8 years I've been in this sector. When the sector was only consisting of 200, 300 cars, we started and we are growing day by day. My name is Alper Arın in BFUL. I'm a vice president responsible from growth, and I'm also a board member on the foundation side. We have seen how we have come to this point in the sector. Everything is very new and there's a transformation going on, and it is really a source of pride for us and happiness for us to see the sector where it is today. Hello everyone, my name is Yakup Aydilek. I've been in this professional life for 21 years. I worked in different areas of electric and now I'm working in mobility side, e-charge manager, and also I'm also on the e-mobility side. Usually we start from the closer person to me, but I now want to start with you, Mr. Aykut. In the energy transformation, what is the role of EV, electric cars, electric vehicles, especially in terms of solar energy? How do they keep up with the charging stations and other aspects of the EV? In the last 16 years, I've been in the more conventional side of electric, more conventional systems we worked with. So first unlicensed electric power plants and incentives, etc. In the beginning, we were able to witness and harmonize as a system with the new things coming. Integrated structures are developing really rapidly, both solar and also the storage side, and the EVs could be micro storage units or systems. And this is an early phase actually, and off-grid structures and integration will come with the off-grid structures, and I think EV is the leverage point for this advancement. In terms of mobility, we are lagging a little bit behind compared to the European markets, but this also has its own advantages. Of course, they are now using older, more conventional methods and equipments, but we are getting the advantage of lagging behind in the beginning. We have a lot of very valuable panelists here, both in terms of the groups that we represent, the e-mobility sector. We are trying to give it some directions. Of course, there's a lot of detail around this subject, but smart, integrated, new technology, new energy systems, I think this is a good leverage. And as the market participants and as clients who guide us, and also in terms of the public institutions, we are working diligently together. We are at the early phases in terms of the new technologies, but we are on a good path, and compared to the vehicle per socket, for example, 14 EV for one socket in Europe, and in Turkey this is 9 per socket. So in terms of meeting the demand in the EV sector, I think we are at a good pace, but of course it's a long road ahead. Especially in the solar energy sector, we have an installed power of 24,000 megawatts right now, and can you explain us this percentage or this installed power and how much of it comes from this clean energy or solar side? In Scope 3, Scope 2 targets, for example, we are not creating carbon footprints or carbon in our sector as the electric vehicle sector. We are getting our resources or energy from renewable sources, so we are really contributing to the net zero target of Turkey, and also the market growth is exponential here. In 5 years, we have exceeded 400,000 electric vehicles, and this is almost fourfold increase within these 5 years. Sorry, 50% increase within these 5 years. And also, when you think about the integration with the storage systems, I think we will come to that step next, and also the technology will become cheaper, etc. And there will be a lot of things that will contribute to this decrease in the prices. And also regulations will become leverages in terms of our sector, and off-grid systems. For example, in a smart home, you will see on the roof or in the garden solar panels. When there's sunlight out, it will store the energy. And when the need arises at night, for example, as the energy is stored, then it will be used from that. And we are talking about a range of 1,200 kilometers. Vehicle to house is another example that I want to give to you. In the United States, in Texas, there was a huge hurricane. There were power outages, and the people who had smart homes and electric vehicles, they actually created a solution by using the energy in their cars, in their smart homes, etc. So I think this electromobility will take up a good portion of these solutions found in the future.
Thank you very much for your response. Let's talk about the fire safety at charging stations and fire safety for EVs. Well, in fact, let's start with this. In this industry, there is a misperception about the EVs. People believe they catch fire very easily. But according to the statistics from Europe and the US, EVs pose less risk than ICE vehicles. If you have the right applications in use and maintenance, and if you keep the charging stations and integrated systems under proper maintenance, if you do the installation using authorized people, they are safe. If the people who don't know the work don't touch the vehicle, there won't be any security risks. And we work closely with the Energy Market Regulation Authority, and they also think the same thing. In the future, I believe this misperception will be corrected. These misperceptions will disappear and people will have more confidence in EVs. There is always some kind of anxiety about new things. We see that in the case of EVs as well. But in the future, everything will fall into place and this sector will grow very smoothly. There are also some fire risks that are related to the model of the car, but not the charging station. Yes, there may be some specific cases. In new technologies, that always happens. But as you make progress, these risks will be minimized. I would like to turn to the other panelists as well. What would you like to say about the fire safety? Well, it's a popular subject. Everyone loves to hear news about fires in EVs, and it's true. EVs may also catch fire like the conventional cars, but it's difficult to put out a fire in an EV because it's a chemical fire, and it's difficult. Instead of powder, you need to use different extinguishing systems. And the release of toxic gases make it difficult for fire crews to intervene. So you need to take additional measures. And as the other panelists said, the risk is very minimal. In China, in Europe, we see several examples. There are a lot of fires due to BMS failure. Charging stations are not the reason. The risk is very low at charging stations. And even if it happens, you can use dry powder to put out a fire in a charging station. There will be a new directive to be released by the Ministry of Environment and Urbanization. And the security terms of EVs will be increased, and people will feel more confident about EVs. As you know, the black batteries, the new batteries are safer. As the technology evolves, like the 800-volt architecture or the new storage technologies, the misperception in the public about EVs will be eliminated. It's the same thing as being afraid to fly. There were some problems in the first EVs that were manufactured first, but in time they will also disappear. Well, the only thing I can say, that's the thing about false truths. The number of ICE engine fires is much higher than the EV fires. But since the fire is more difficult to put out when it's an EV, the news outlets jump on it. Now there is a lab work on a new type of batteries because LFP batteries use fluid electrolytes. And when there is a leak, it may lead to a risk of fire. But with solid electrolyte batteries, the risk will be less. So that would be my contribution. And Alper Bey, I have a question for you. There's a lot to talk about, but about e-mobility, what are the objectives and the directions for Turkey and for the global situation? Well, it's a long topic, but Turkey is just taking baby steps. At the end of 2023, there were 12,000 vehicles. In 2024, 80,000. Today, 400,000. Add to that plug-in hybrid vehicles, we have 460,000 EVs that need charging stations. And by 2030, 4.2 million EVs will be on the traffic. And and it may be even sooner because there is an incentive of there's a tax incentive on EVs. Only for commercial EVs, 120 million kilowatt hours of electricity was used. That is equivalent to 13 million liters of oil. That's an important transformation. Maybe next year it will be more than 25 million liters of oil turned into electricity. That's an important transformation to reduce dependency on oil, to support the development of mobility, and to be more eco-friendly. I did this job previously in fossil fuels, zero carbon, and profit from gas costs and silent cities. These factors will accelerate this transformation. Our company currently manages 40,000 sockets. There are investments for more sockets. If you don't run, you will lag behind. Every year you have to continue with these investments. And that increases our appetite for investment, our supply of energy, and our innovation, both on EV side and storage side. So as we approach 2030, we will be making billions of investment in this area, and we will be growing this industry together. And Yakup Bey, let's go back to the energy industry. We are at Solarex, the solar energy and energy storage exhibition. We have brands that manage storage charging stations. So where are we in this energy transformation? So EVs, charging stations, and energy storage. If we add to that smart homes, are we close to a completely green world? Well, where are we? When we look at the share of renewables in the energy mix, I see there has been a steady increase since 2010. When we compare the costs of solar power PVs, the costs have fallen by 50%. So these smart home house systems and modern grid systems are still like 15 years ago. Well, the renewable energy grids condition is similar to what we had in terms of conventional grid systems 15 years ago. So we are still in the beginning. We still haven't fulfilled our full potential. This is why we still have incentives in this area. But instead of independent standalone systems, we need to have integrated systems that talk to each other. The IoT systems should be integrated to this structure because we know that in highly developed countries, there is the off-grid structure. And in countries like Africa, we see the same thing because they don't even have the conventional infrastructure. So I think we are still in phase one in this area. When we compare to the European markets, although they have less sunny days and less radiation, for example, Germany, they produce more energy than solar power plants. So we still have a big potential. So the lawmakers, particularly the Ministry of Energy and the Energy Market Regulation Authority, offers incentives. So the next phase, for example, in the current phase, we have standalone systems. We have new legislation on renewable systems and storage systems. Maybe in the next phase, we will be looking at integrated systems and systems that balance the whole structure. Because energy systems are not easy to manage. During peak hours, you need to manage the demand and you need to manage the use of inefficient power plants. It's a national cause, actually. For example, instead of using power plants that use 100 units to produce energy, you can use smart storage systems or V2G or V2H or V2V energy transmission systems that cost less. I think we still have some time to do that. And we need to have cheaper technology to do that. Just like in solar, we need to have more local production of equipment. But at least we have a visionary lawmaker at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Market Regulation Authority. We have seen this throughout the years. So we are still in the early phases, maybe phase one. We need to think end to end. It's a little bit distributed, but we need some integration here. Okay, thank you. Maybe one of the keywords of this exhibition is sustainability, carbon footprint, energy transformation, and capacity. Burçin Bey, the impact of charging stations on carbon footprint and net zero goals for 2030. What do you think about them? Because not only private companies, but also governments have started releasing their 2030 objectives. They are releasing their carbon zero objectives. So the efforts in this direction, do they affect the charging station industry? Actually, EVs are the drivers of this transformation. 20% of energy consumption comes from land transportation, highway transportation. When you electrify this transportation, you transform a significant portion of the energy use into renewable energy. When you say electricity, people think about the electricity that we get from coal-based power plants or hydro power plants. But EVs are more efficient than ICE engines. Even if you get the electricity from coal power plants, you still save energy. The best example is China. As you know, China is the driving force in EVs globally. To save the cities from air pollution, they started this transformation to EVs. So they used electricity more efficiently. And if they kept using, and even if they kept using thermal power plants, the air pollution would still be removed from the cities. So this is their transition to renewable energy. And 60% of our power plants are renewable energy plants. And when we look at the average numbers in Turkey, 60% of we are transforming 60% of the vehicles to renewable fuel. and 100% of that electricity comes from renewable energy, so the transformation is even faster. And 2053 is a long way ahead, but it's still also very close to us. And the market is stumbling in every direction. And the demand for EVs started to go down in Europe, and then the oil markets were hit by the political developments, and then people started demanding EVs again. 18% of vehicles are EVs in Turkey, and that's a very good ratio when you think we are still taking the baby steps. As you know, the demand was on the rise, and due to the tax regulations, the demand went down, and now it's back up. If things stay the same, we may have 600,000 vehicles very soon, or 700,000 EVs in Turkey. And when someone feels the comfort of driving an EV, they don't want to go back to ICE engine. This is one of the most important factors. And when in 2053, I believe that confidence will be created and this transformation will have been completed. As we wrap up the session, I would like to ask one last question to our panelists. As we go towards 2030, what are the opportunities for integration of smart systems, EVs, and charging storage systems? We are talking about growth. Currently, in market growth and in the share of EVs in total vehicle market, China is the #1 company. For the first time, the number of ICE engine vehicles that were sold was less than EVs. We are at 18%. Before the tax regulation, we were at 23%. But with the increase in oil prices, we now have a leverage effect for the EVs. There are forecasts by the Energy Market Regulation Authority for the next 10 years. There are low, middle, and high-level forecasts. Currently, we are even ahead of the high-level forecasts for EVs. So I am very optimistic, like the other panelists. The European market is lagging behind us. 1 out of 10 new cars is an EV. But when designing these cars, they had this bidirectional architecture. Today, in the US, there are 630,000 vehicles that work with this bidirectional architecture. GM recently announced that all new EVs will be compatible with bidirectional architecture. So growth does not mean successful on its own. You need to grow in a smart way. You need to be integrated with the energy solutions of the future, like the smart homes, or zero carbon emission systems, or solar energy storage systems, vehicles that can receive and send energy. Because as the number of EVs increases, their pressure on the grid increases in 2 ways as well. In EU, they are talking about transforming electrical trailer trucks and buses and trains. And when you add them, we will have a huge need for mobile batteries. I believe the policymakers are aware of that. They have individual, local, and global objectives, but we need to focus more on how to come up with the systems that are compatible with the smart and integrated systems of the future.
Sözlerim bu.
Alper Bey, today we talk about 150,000 sockets, and we are at a 40,000 level. There is a momentum going on. We talk about 650,000 vehicles. We have a zero emission goal. So the thing that accelerates these transformations is the correct regulations and correct political environment. And right now we have the support of both environments. So there is no return from this point. 450,000 vehicles, it's not a simple figure. And for the consumer, the most important thing is second-hand vehicles and selling them and buying them. And charging stations are popping up everywhere. You can go to Ankara only with one stop. And these are really great investments and huge investments, and also good opportunities. And we have to take this further with good regulations and incentives. Europe and China, etc. We gave a lot of great examples. This is the way they managed to do this. And both with the private sector and the public sector, we have great negotiations. We will see eliminating 30,000 tons of fuel out of this market. We have moved forward from the troubling days, and now ahead we see the light. And with EV, or transferring to EV, there were three problems. They were expensive, the vehicles were expensive, and the range was limited. People were concerned that they wouldn't be able to go between cities, and they were concerned about the charging situation because charging stations were not everywhere. Now, today, when we look at the biggest cost item, the battery, the prices have dropped. And we have charging stations even more widespread than Europe. And when we come to the range issue, BMW came up with EV, and they talk about over 1,000 kilometers of range. And now we arrived at that point, and next year we will exceed that point because technology is advancing quite rapidly. So when you look at it from another point, regulations are managing the transformations and advancements. And with the EPDK in Turkey, it is really managing the market and the regulations really well. They were trying to establish a network, and they were trying to make the charging stations widespread. And now we arrived at 40,000 sockets. And now the new regulations are focused more on higher quality, and 24/7 call centers, is a must. Without this ISO certificate, you cannot move forward in this area. So the focus is now on these areas. And as they are pushing the market, we are going in the correct direction. And the clients, when they have good experiences, this momentum will keep going. Thank you very much. The interest in clean energy and also charging stations, the momentum is going up. And thank you very much for all the details that you provided for us. Do you have any questions? If you have any questions from the audience, we can answer them. I think not, so thank you very much.